Morning, everyone. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. The scripture this morning is one that is a very familiar one that speaks to us. It said in Psalm 121, I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. He shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Let us pray. Our Father, our God, the everlasting God, we thank you this morning that you have given again life to us to do that which you have orchestrated for the work of the territory of the British Virgin Islands. We pray this morning for the Speaker of this House, Lord, as he would conduct the duties and the business of this House with the government and the opposition and those that will be listening, and God, that be actively engaged in the process today. For the Honorable Premier, Leader of the Opposition, and all of the other members of this House, I pray the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord would rest upon these men and women. In the name of the Lord Jesus, surround them today as they honor you in their deliberations. Bless this honorable house and bless these beautiful Virgin Islands. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please be seated. The 12th sitting of the second session of the Fourth House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands has now convened. I call upon the clerk. Honorable members, is it your wish that the minutes of the meeting of Thursday, 11th June 2020, which has been duly circulated to members, be confirmed? Hearing no dissenting voice, the minutes of the meeting held on Thursday, 11th June 2020 is hereby confirmed. Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting of Friday, 19th June 2020 be also confirmed? Hearing no dissenting voice, the minutes of the meeting held on Friday, 19th June 2020, as circulated to members, is hereby confirmed. I now call upon the clerk.
Item number 3, announcements by the Speaker.
Thank you. I'd like to again welcome all persons in the gallery and those in the public domain listen to us via your normal media platform. I also bring apologies on behalf of the Honorable Mitch Turnbull, who indicated that he will be late. And I also acknowledge all the good wishes given to me to convey to members about your health and safety, and that is very much appreciated. Finally, the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament, we have not forgotten you. I'm in touch with the Select Committee, and the Premier schedule as to the next step in terms of our launching. With that said, I call upon the clerk. I recognize the Premier and Leader of Government's business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just in terms of being able to move up the order paper just a little bit, I move a motion, Mr. Speaker, that would allow number 5, Mr. Speaker, to become number 4, and the 6 now to become 5, the 7 to become 6, and the 4 now to become the new 7. Let me go through them again, Mr. Speaker. The 5 now become the new 4, the 6 become the new 5, the 7 become the new 6, and the old 4 become the new 7. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Not hearing you, Leader of the Opposition. Okay, go ahead. Set it on.
Important for me to emphasize to this Honorable House that the balance of all bank accounts in each fund owned and maintained by the government of the Virgin Islands at any time, specifically the consolidated fund, does not factor in the monies to be deducted from such funds in order to pay outstanding expenditures due to vendors, persons, agencies, among others, who provide services to the government. Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the public as a territory, during this COVID-19 ongoing pandemic, we were able so far to put preventative measures in place using our own financial resources from these different funds to keep us all safe. In that light, I need to re-emphasize that the consolidated fund fluctuates. This means that as revenues come in, monies are taken out from those revenues to pay government outstanding bills. Remember, the balance always only reflects a specific time frame, hence why it is always difficult to accurately compare the balance of one financial period to the next, because although the revenues may slightly differ, the expenditures are usually significantly different. Mr. Speaker, unaudited Treasury figures for the period January 1st through July 2nd, 2018 show the dollar amount for government revenue and expenditures at $186,304,303 as total receipts and $141,467,397 as total expenditure. For the corresponding period in 2019, total receipts were $194,388,075, with total expenditure of $138,280,335. That's $138,280,335. Mr. Speaker, for this time frame in question, as at January 1st through July 2nd, 2020, the finances of the territory must not be looked upon in isolation. We must remember that the indicate total government receipts.
Speaker, to the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development, please give this Honourable House a detailed breakdown of the $12 million allocated to fight the territory's COVID-19 response. House a detailed breakdown of the $12 million allocated to fight the territory's COVID-19 response.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to respond to the question. Mr. Speaker, 2 warrants totaling $11,629,452.24 were approved by the Minister of Finance in March 2020 and allocated to the Ministry of Health and Social Development towards the government's COVID-19 response. On 4th March 2020, contingency warrant number 2, in the amount of $2,989,992.24 was approved to cover expenses related to precautionary measures for COVID-19, broken down as follows. Communication expenses, $50,000 grants to statutory bodies, inclusive of the Tourist Board, Ports Authority, and the Health Services Authority, of $1,510,356.43. Procurement and management of equipment and supplies, $323,992.24. Retrofitting of government offices of $25,000. Quarantine expenses such as cleaning, security, room rentals of $1 million. Print of public health materials, $30,000. Other expenses, including bank charges, freight charges, transportation, and fuel, of $50,643.57. That gives you the total of the $2,989,992.24. On March 20th, Mr. Speaker, 2020, Reserve Fund Warrant number 1 of 2020 in the amount of $8,639,460 was approved to cover additional expenses related to the precautionary measures of COVID-19 and assigned again to the Ministry of Health and Social Development. The allocation is broken down as follows. Communication expenses, $50,000. Public service COVID-19 expenses, $287,499.73. Public and private school supplies, PPEs, and sanitation, $97,499.63. And to the public and to the BVI Health Services Authority, $8,121,000 to be spent as follows. Rotang clinic equipment, $220,000. Isolation ward construction and equipment, $840,000. Laboratory construction and equipment, $706,000. Field isolation equipment, $240,000. Contingency supplies for the pharmacy, medical, and lab, $1,435,000. IT infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, $2.4 million. ICU ventilators and monitors, $480,000. Staffing costs, $1.8 million. Mr. Speaker, although not stated here, the balances remaining as at the end of July will be made public and to the House so that we can have a proper accounting as to each of the expenditures to date in that $8.1 million. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. You said a lot, and I don't have the benefit of that detail in front of me, so I could ask my follow-up questions. But what I would ask, though, you said that the balances, I assume that what you read has the detail in terms of what each department you give the grants to, what they spent it on, et cetera, et cetera. I'm assuming that you have that level of detail in terms of the answer to the question. That's just before I ask my follow-up question.
It will be actually provided. In terms of having it here on the paper,
okay.
No, but it'll be provided because we have ledger sheets showing exactly
okay.
who all were the recipients of this.
Okay. Thanks. My first follow-up then, in terms of the state of completion of the monies that has been allocated and appropriated, do you have the information on if that money has already been spent, or is it being in the process of being spent? I know some of the things were outfitting certain areas and infrastructural development in the response to COVID-19. Have all those things been completed, or are they still in process?
Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that of the $2.9 million that has been expended, and we will get the ledger sheets as it relates to that. Of the $11 million, especially the amount given to the Health Services Authority, we'll get more details as it relates to that because we still have some expenditures, build-outs to do, and most of that money is yet to be spent because the wards are being constructed as we speak.
All right, thank you, Minister. I guess I'll have to wait for the details because it's difficult for me to ask a follow-up questions. I don't have the details of what is being proposed.
No, we will actually give you the full details.
Okay, I have no other follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you. At this time, the leader of the opposition and member for the 8th will pose his next question to the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has been very gracious before to give me the answers before he reads them out. And it's been customary for the Minister of Natural Resources. You have them printed already, Minister?
Yes.
Should that help me to at least to be able to ask my follow-up questions while he responds to the question?
Well, the convention has been that after the question has been answered, they're given out, but I'm sure that the minister have no objection to us extending a courtesy to the leader of the opposition and providing the answers before the answer.
Very courteous, there, Speaker, so I see none to change that this time.
I'm always guided by the ministers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please tell this Honorable House how much money is owed to medical practitioners for services rendered under NHI?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the local providers were paid up to the end of April, and that is 2020. The amount owed from May to June 15th is $3,892,706. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your response. First follow-up, Minister. Minister, when does the NHI intend to pay these practitioners for services rendered from May to June? Do you have any idea? Has that been in discussion? Yeah. But
The answer to the second question, sir. So ask the second question.
Well, I'll just ask number 2 one time then, Mr. Speaker. But it's not the answer to that's not the answer to the second question, though, Minister. The second question says, owed to NHI, not owed to NHI by the contributors. That's not the answer. So it's a different question. So you have any idea in terms of when these practitioners will be paid? Because you know that a lot of them are running, floating with their cash flow, and it's a really difficult time for many of the practitioners. You have no idea when they would be paid. That's a lot of them, $3 million, that's about $4 million.
As monies become available, it will be paid as quickly as possible. As soon as we get them funds in, we will pay them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Follow-up number 2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that part of the COVID relief monies were made available to help with NHI. Is that money towards paying, what is the use of that money? What was that money? What is the intended use of the monies that were allocated to NHI through the COVID response, financial response by the government?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That money was used to pay providers. As far as I know, it was used to pay providers. Yes, up to May.
So that was the amount owed during that period is about $9 million?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 2.
Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, Labor, and Immigration please tell this Honorable House the dollar amount that is owed to NHI by its contributors, inclusive of the government of the Virgin Islands?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amount owed to NHI by its contributors is estimated at $8,865,403. Government's contributions are paid up to May and June. It's not due until July 15th, 2020.
Follow-up.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister provide a breakdown of how this money is owed? Do you have that information with you? What is businesses, employees, who owes this money? How is it the proportion?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have information with me, but I can get information if the member so wishes.
I'll appreciate that, Minister. Also, Minister, can you tell us how much monies were owed by government that was paid up thus far? Do you have that information?
Mr. Speaker, I do not have the information with me, but I can get it to the member subsequently.
I would appreciate that, Minister.
Question number 3.
Mr. Speaker, could the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor, and Immigration please tell this Honorable House how many persons have applied for income relief through this government's economic response plan administered by the Social Security Board? Of the persons applied, how many have received relief and the dollar amount received? And B, how many persons have been denied thus far and the reasons for denial?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, we're in very difficult times. Mr. Speaker, the number of applicants for income relief because of fluid situation is approximately 6,650 to date. Mr. Speaker, of the 6,650 who applied, 1,242 persons have received payments totaling $1,863,079.08. Mr. Speaker, approximately 800 persons have not qualified to date. Claims are currently being processed and our staff are checking again to ensure that claimants do or do not qualify before sending notices. For example, the staff has been calling employers and claimants for missing information to ensure that claimants are not disqualified for missing information. Mr. Speaker, reasons for disqualifications are claimant not being in insurable employment for at least 1 year, claimant not having worked for at least 13 out of 20 contribution weeks immediately before March 30th, and the loss of income not as a result of COVID-19. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, please.
Speaker, does the minister have out of the 6,650, less than, I think, 1,200 have been processed so far? What is the minister's intent to ramp up that process? We're now in July, and this would have been for relief for persons from, I think it was March, April, and June. And we're going in now to the middle of July. And I know these persons' obligations still exist. They still need the support. They need the help. What are we doing to help to get that information, that monies out to the people as soon as possible?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, COVID is unprecedented and was unforeseen, and naturally, we were totally unprepared to handle something like this. Mr. Speaker, the systems had to be built. You don't build systems very quickly of this kind of nature for this kind of money. Mr. Speaker, we've had extra staff working overtime, ensuring that the payments go as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, we have to be very careful. We don't rush and make too many mistakes, because the same member will come back and crucify us for having made mistakes with persons' payment. It's a manual process. Everyone is checked manually. They're not being scanned, they're checked manually. So, Mr. Speaker, you would appreciate the amount of documents in there is going to be a little late. I appreciate again that persons have been waiting. We're 5 months into COVID. I feel the frustration. I had frustration every single in persons. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you they're working as quickly and as accurately as they can to make sure the payments come out. I too agree with the minister. It's not going fast enough for me, but they're going as fast as they possibly can to ensure accuracy and proper accountability at the end of this process. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. And I won't crucify you, but for me, it's important that we get the support to the people that need the support. And I think you get the complaints just like I get the complaints, and people really need the funds to assist them in the daily expenditures, and we're not getting any closer in terms of employment for them, and we need to get support to them as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, additional follow-up. It's 20%. It's less than 20%.
The final follow-up, Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, it's in the next question, so I'll wait for the next question to ask the follow-up.
Okay. Question number 4, Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, question number 4. Mr. Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources, Labour and Immigration please tell this Honourable House how many persons are assigned to handle the requests for income relief by the Social Security Board? A, when does the Ministry expect all requests will be processed and checks be paid or denied? B, has the period for accepting claims closed? The answer to B is yes. Please tell this Honourable House if consideration will be given to qualified persons who missed the deadlines or who might have recently lost their jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, presently, there are no less than 12 persons assigned to process the applications for relief. Mr. Speaker, I cannot say exactly when all requests will be processed, but what I can say is that the staff has been working overtime, including weekends, to diligently expedite the applications. Mr. Speaker, this is a new benefit for which a program had to be written and tested, and other logistics such as first managing sorting the 6,050 applicants before processing could have started. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, because of the confidential nature of the information, it is not advisable to hire outside temporary help. Mr. Speaker, the deadline for submitting applications is July 15th, 2020. This information has been posted on social media and on Social Security's Board's website and Facebook page. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Premier announced this initiative on May 28, 2020, and to my mind, July 15 is sufficient time for persons to file their applications. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is intended to assist persons who lost their jobs as a direct result of COVID-19 and cannot go on indefinitely. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. I noted the question was asked before the actual notice went out, so I didn't. The notice I subsequently see that the extension was made to the 15th. But in terms of, I also saw, Minister, what my first follow-up is that the monies, the full $40 million from Social Security was handed over to the government. Does this mean now that the administration of the process is going to change to central government since the money now is housed within central government? How are we going to disperse the checks for this process now that the government has the entire sum that was allocated as it relates to the grant from Social Security?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that question is more properly based with the Minister of Finance. That does not affect Social Security grants at all. But the $40 million to government, please ask the Minister of Finance that question. Thank you.
So you're saying in addition to the $40 million that were handed over to government, there's an additional sum of monies that is being paid in terms of the unemployment grant?
No, Mr. Speaker, it's part of the $40 million.
And that's the question I'm asking. So if Social Security don't have the money, because the monies that were supposed to be allocated to pay for the grants from the unemployment grants was part of the $40 million that was handed over to government. All right, how is
correct.
So? You know, your question you have to answer. No, I'll ask you a separate. No, that question was posed to him, so I'll come back to you. Yeah. You begin to answer, sir.
Honourable members, the Minister for Natural Resources, have you answered the follow-up question?
Are you?
He's asking if the money for the 40 million, if the 10 for Social Security was part of it. The answer is yes. The answer is accounted through the Ministry of Finance. Nothing's going to change in terms of the administration of the money. It will be administered by Social Security.
So the checks will be cut from the Accountant General, not Social Security.
That question, I can't answer that one, Mr. Speaker. I can find out and to be absolutely sure. But I do believe the checks, I haven't seen any, but I believe they're cut from Social Security. But it will be accounted for through finance to be in compliance with the Financial Act.
Okay, that's your two follow-up. Leader of the Opposition, you're well within your right to come back with another question specific to the Minister of Finance on anything that the Labour Minister said that was outside of his scope.
Yeah, I'll be back, Mr. Speaker. I'll formulate another question to ask.
And I know the Minister of Finance is now eager to
No,
provide the information.
I'll formulate a proper
We'll wait,
question so
yeah.
that it could be asked in a proper way. We want to ensure that we don't have answers by committee in this House. We want to make sure we ask specific questions to the specific ministers and they respond accordingly. We build an institution, aren't we, right?
Very well.
Okay.
Very well, Leader of the Opposition. With the absence of the member for the second, I don't know if the Leader of Opposition is going to ask his question or will defer.
You give him opportunity. He's on his way, Mr. Speaker. He just sent me a message that he's on
So when you
his
say
way.
give him an opportunity, what do you mean? We stop the process and wait for him? I just want to understand your request.
You want me to give leave? You want me to give leave on his behalf, or you want me to ask his questions? Can you take a 2-minute recess?
We'll defer them, and whenever he arrives, we'll go back.
Okay, please defer them so you could ask his questions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7, statements by ministers.
Statement by ministers. We're starting from the bottom up again. This is becoming a trend. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and... I'm sorry, Premier, you have a statement? Okay. Are you ready, sir? Therefore, I recognize the Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll give this statement, and in light of the opposition is not here to finish ask their question as yet, so that when they do come, we'll go back to answering the questions, but we'll move on, Mr. Speaker, since they have stated that they're running late. Mr. Speaker, the first statement that I would give is real property ownership and moratorium on bank credit. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to address this Honorable House on the favorable response that your government has been receiving from the commercial banks operating in the territory with respect to relief measures for citizens in this COVID-19 era. One area that we are particularly pleased with is the strides your government has made in removing obstacles that have been standing in the way of our people becoming empowered through the ownership of real property. I'm happy to inform honorable members that we are beginning to see the stimulation that we intended to create being realized. And the catalyst for this was a waiver of the stamp duty on land transfers between belongers, which Cabinet agreed to and approved on 8 May 2020, which was subsequently approved by this Honorable House in terms of the legislation to allow for such. Through the Chair, I want to urge all belongers, especially our young people, to make maximum use of the opportunities that are currently available, which make it far easier than normal for you to own a parcel of land and a home of your own, even amidst this COVID-19 era. I say this because there are aspects to these arrangements that are outside of the control of your government, and therefore we have no way of knowing how long the special loan facilities being offered by commercial banks will be available. Hence, my advice is to do not delay. Act now, and because if you wait, you may end up having regrets. I want to be clear that I am not here to promote the lending products being offered by the commercial banks nor to endorse any particular bank. I'm just reporting the facts. By all means, I urge our citizens to do your due diligence. Talk to every bank. Ask all the questions you need to. Get the fine print details. Consult your relatives or financial advisors. Evaluate the loan products from the banks. Compare and contrast them to see which suits you best. But by all means, do not sit down idly by and let this opportunity slip away without you checking it out. Your generations will regret it if you do. Honorable colleagues, over the last few years, and especially this one, we, the people of the BVI, have been subjected to the hardships of catastrophic events. It is a fact that many of our people do not own their own homes and they rent. They are at the mercy of others. Unfortunately, when catastrophe strikes, some landlords show no patience or empathy. They increase the rent on tenants and increase their worry and suffering. In some cases, persons have even been evicted. In any event, Mr. Speaker, when you pay the rent, that is money that is lost, Mr. Speaker, to you. If that money was paid instead to a mortgage or towards materials and labor, you would have something to own, to show, to enjoy, to pass on to your children, to use as collateral with the bank, even to rent to others and earn an income. When you pay rent, that is an expense. But when you apply the same money to home ownership, it is an investment, and that is empowerment. That is why your government saw it fit and important to create the environment and the policy framework to lessen the obstacles that stand in the way of our people owning property. One major initiative in this regard is the removal of stamp duty on land transactions for Virgin Islanders. Persons who have been following closely enough would recall that the removal of the stamp duty was one of your government's campaign promises during the 2019 general election. It is in our manifesto. Our initial proposal was for the waiver of the stamp duty for young people and first-time property owners. But when coronavirus COVID-19 was declared a pandemic in March of this year, when your government began to analyze the potential social and economic impact that the pandemic would have on our people, the plight of rental tenants came sharply into focus. We recognize that many of our people would again be placed at the mercy of some landlords who would not show empathy and compassion. Your government decided that we needed to make a start towards combating this situation, especially since it is likely to keep recurring whenever we have a catastrophic event. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single footstep. So on 8 May 2020, that's on 8 May 2020, your government, through the Cabinet, amended the schedule of the Stamp Duty Act to allow for the waiver of stamp duty fees payable on the sale of or transfer of property by a belonger to another belonger, no matter the amount, even if it's just a transfer of love and affection. The 4% stamp duty that normally would apply to land transfers can add up to thousands of dollars and is not included in the mortgage principal by the banks. Therefore, as honorable members are aware, this is money that citizens have to put out up front from their pocket. We had to have the money before you could even think about making an appointment to see the bank. Now that your government has waived this fee, it means that it is not an obstacle blocking your way anymore. As Premier, I must say I'm happy to see that commercial banks in the territory have followed our lead with the stamp duty waiver and are offering loan packages that go further in making it easier for Virgin Islanders to own property in their name. For instance, with the stamp duty waiver being announced on 8 May, National Bank of the Virgin Islands has since launched a land loan campaign commencing 1st July 2020 and running until December 2020, offering 100% financing on raw land purchases, and 6.5% interest, highlighting the additional savings to applicants through the stamp duty waiver. The bank has reported that the offer is very well received so far. May I also say that your government continues to engage the commercial banks in dialogue about other ways to help Virgin Islanders to own their own property. What is being offered by some banks, while it is very good, it is still lagging behind their competitors. So we are asking them to review and reconsider their position and to see how they can improve and become more competitive. Customer benefit when there is competition in the market. On 1st July 2020, as Premier Minister of Finance, I wrote to the Bank Association and the individual banks asking them, in light of the hardship that citizens are experiencing due to the ongoing economic impacts of COVID-19, to consider further incentives to help citizens, not only with land ownership, but with home construction. Some of the banks have promised to look into this request and are keeping an optimistic mind. I have also asked the banks in my most recent letter to see if they can provide any loan facilities to assist existing and startups, small and medium-sized businesses, which, since these are critical to the economy. Another area I've been dialoguing with the banks is in the area of relief for persons who have lines of credit, such as credit cards and loans, and who would be facing hardship due to COVID-19 and therefore are unable to keep up with payments. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that from the onset, your government began working very diligently to prepare for and respond to COVID-19. We were conversing and providing frequent updates to the people. When our very able and competent BVI technocrats made their initial projections that a serious economic storm was on the horizon due to COVID-19, we immediately constituted the Coronavirus Economic and Fiscal Stability Task Force to study the situation and to make recommendations. We stated that there would be an initial response program and the phase 2 would be kept flexible because the situation was early and very fluid. The task force report was completed on 7 April 2020, and one recommendation was to approach the banks for a moratorium on personal and business loans and credit facilities, as well as government loans. The task force was cross-sectional and multi-sectorial, so it was not any grand secret what were the options under consideration. On 15 April 2020, in my address to the territory, I disclosed the areas under consideration for the phase 1 response, and this included requesting a moratorium of 3 to 6 months in the initial stage. By the very next day, we began receiving confirmation from banks that they would be implementing waivers for 3 to 6 months, Mr. Speaker, on a case-by-case basis. As Minister for Finance, I wrote the banks again on 4th May 2020, asking them in light of the deepening economic downturn from COVID-19 and based on the forecast that the impacts would be protracted due to absence of a vaccine or cure for the coronavirus, to consider extending the moratorium to 1 year. I'm very pleased that the National Bank of the Virgin Islands has confirmed that it has implemented a 1-year moratorium for its customers, which would end 31st March 2021. On behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands, I thank the board, management, and staff of the National Bank for their compassion towards the people of the territory and for their support. We are also grateful to First Caribbean Bank, which responded positively and gave a break to statutory agencies that have loans with them, for example, BVI Ports Authority. I thank them for understanding the position in which we all find ourselves in this COVID-19 era, and to see the importance of meeting people and agencies where they are, so that there is not only assurance, but an opportunity for these agencies to reorganize themselves and strategize for remaining resilient in this new regular. As I mentioned earlier, I sent a follow-up letter to all banks on 1st July 2020, requesting that the other commercial banks reconsider requests for a 1-year moratorium. Mr. Speaker, I know the banks operating in the BVI want to help the people more than they already are doing. I know that they are aware that if their customers go bankrupt, then they will have no customers left to do business with. We all need each other, the banks, the businesses, the customers, the employers, the workers, the government. We live on an island, but no man or woman, or no woman, and no business is an island. We depend on each other in ways that we may not always recognize or remember. But what is important is that we must support each other to get through these unforeseen challenges so that we can look forward to having a better and brighter tomorrow. These are not normal times. The world is uncertain about what it will look like in the future. But one thing is certain, is that it will be different from what we have known it to be. That is why we are calling it the new regular. And the new regular is still something that is evolving. While we in the Virgin Islands have made the sensible but tough decisions to keep our people safe from COVID-19, we are seeing where in other countries this has not been happening, and those countries are experiencing spikes in their infection rates. And until and unless everybody on the planet wises up and gets serious about COVID-19, we cannot say we are clear and out of the woods. The danger is still there. Many leaders and many societies that threw caution to the wind are living in regret today because their actions have resulted in the loss of many lives, in some cases thousands, in some cases hundred thousands. In the BVI, every life is precious, and this is both for their physical health and emotional well-being. So I want to thank our partners in the commercial banking sector for the consideration and support they have shown to our people. I thank them for what they do in this territory, and I ask them to do their best to facilitate our requests for the one-year moratorium on credit repayments, along with any other areas that we have mentioned before, seeking their assistance to please, in layman terms, walk with our people during these difficult times and allow their policies to adjust so that they can be applicable to the realities on the ground at this time. Mr. Speaker, I also urge our Virgin Islanders to make maximum use of the opportunities that we have made possible for them to acquire land at much lower cost than normal, and without some of the upfront obstacles being moved out of the way. Mr. Speaker, your government renews our pledge to continue working towards the betterment of all our people and to improve their quality of life and prospects for the future. Mr. Speaker, your government intends to continue to champion the causes of the people in this area, while at the same time, Mr. Speaker, being fair to our financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for that first statement. Mr. Speaker, the next statement that I would give is support for the people. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to renew my appeals to the members of the public to bear with their government as we develop and implement their measures to further stabilize their social and economic situation and to put the foundation in place for their future. I do not want to dwell on what the previous administration did and did not do, but the truth is that we have inherited an economy that has a very narrow footprint that was highly vulnerable to catastrophic events, such as the major hurricanes of 2017. Now the COVID-19 global pandemic, which has crippled businesses around the world, especially those linked to travel and movement of people. The fact is that our resources, while some argue to be robust, are in the reality not limitless. And where nobody knows when this COVID-19 pandemic will end and its negative economic impacts will be rolled back, we have to be prudent, practical, and sensible in how we spend what little we have. As I have pointed out on numerous occasions, the United Kingdom has indicated in writing that it has its own problems to deal with and grants to the Virgin Islands for offsetting such things as loss of income, with grants to the Virgin Islands for offsetting such things as loss of income for citizens. Mr. Speaker, the harsh reality is that many people, most people in fact, are out of jobs. Their income has been cut. They are running low on food. Some do not have food at all. If our Savior Jesus Christ was here, he would know what to do with 5 loaves and 2 fishes. I am just me, and this government, with us together, we are just one set of persons in the territory who are doing our best to help the people. And we on this side of the aisle are only human. And what we will continue to do in this new regular of living and working with COVID-19 is to use what is in our hands. It might be little, but with God in anything, there will be much. Every day your government is working around the clock to find ways to generate the income that is required to keep our territory afloat and to ensure that Virgin Islanders can remain in control of their social, economic, and political aspirations rather than having this taken away from us by overseas administrators. This land and our freedom are the legacy of our forefathers, and they are all our people have. I will not sugarcoat the situation. There's a high level of need. We have heard it on the streets and from the members of the opposition that people have needs, and these needs must be met urgently and without delay. Your government moved the mountains to source funding from the Virgin Islands Social Security Board and other sources, for which we thank them. Those who are riling up the public and then putting pressure on the government to dish out money when they had nothing left to criticize, began to criticize the source of the funds. And the campaign to discredit this government's noble efforts continues to mount. The campaign to try to destabilize our society by creating confusion, misdirection, misinformation in a time when our people are really dealing with so much stress. But, Mr. Speaker, in response to complaints that relief funds may not be going to real persons in need, or that it is taking too long to get through the bureaucratic process of government, your government opened up its arm to embrace our friends opposite, to get their help in ensuring that the funds get to the needy in their districts and to ensure that it gets there swiftly. I'm reminding honorable members that the requisite funding of $300,000 per member is available for their use to help their constituents. And I want to remind citizens that the funding is available to their representatives. This is not a time for politics. It's not a time to create doubt, but rather an opportunity to take action that will allow the light of hope to shine where people are feeling the results. It is time for all representatives to go out and help the people with these funds. Limited, but yet they can stretch. And let me take the opportunity to reassure the people that these funds and how they are distributed and how they are being distributed will be audited monthly by the audit department. We want to ensure that the people see and understand how each representative is spending the funds, government and opposite. This is important so that if the members of the opposition, the House of Assembly, or the Public Accounts Committee call for the audited reports on this process, they are really readily available for viewing. By ensuring ongoing auditing, we will be policing ourselves as a self-governing territory. And I want to re-emphasize that there is no favoritism, political bias, or discrimination. All district representatives have the equal amount to help the people of their constituencies with no excuse from the opposition or any side. All elected officials have been treated equally, which continues to be one of the main mantras for this government. I'm happy to see the Honorable Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition being quoted in the media on Wednesday last, reassuring the public that help is on the way. The relief funds are for immediate help, but we have to think down the road. We have to think today about the next 6 months, the next 12 months, the next 18 months, and beyond. How will our people feed themselves? Where will they get the money to care for their families? There are several initiatives that have fallen into place, such as your government's $2 million investment in agriculture and fisheries, which will create jobs and provide affordable access to food. We have a construction agenda through the Recovery and Development Agency that is in excess of $40 million in terms of the loan fund from the Caribbean Development Bank, This too will provide jobs and provide economic stimulation while providing returns in the form of infrastructure that is much needed. On July 3rd, the government of the Virgin Islands received a check from the Social Security Board to reflect the $40 million grant. This money grant is to drive phase 2 of the COVID-19 economic response package. You have also funding coming from the Telecommunication Regulatory Commission and the BVI Ports Authority to propel this territory forward in this COVID-19 era. Mr. Speaker, where we have seen, Mr. Speaker, that the Telecommunication Regulatory Commission monies, Mr. Speaker, was granted of $2 million, where $1 million, Mr. Speaker, now has been repurposed for the Eastern Long Loop Switch project, and $1 million, Mr. Speaker, towards the road paving. And we have seen, Mr. Speaker, that out of the monies that were owed by BVI Ports Authority for the Eastern Long Loop Sewage Project, that $3 million, Mr. Speaker, has now been returned as of last week to go towards the Eastern Long Loop Sewage Project, giving us a total in terms of monies granted to get the Eastern Long Loop Sewage Project moving to now $4 million. Coupled with these initiatives, we also are moving forward with our 2020 legislative agenda. In June alone, we have had several pieces of legislation collectively passed in the House of Assembly by all members without dissent, and quite a few are now waiting for the governor to assent to them and for subsequent publication in the Gazette. Mr. Speaker, I must state that in June, this House passed a record of 15 pieces of legislation, Mr. Speaker, to help the people of this territory, to help our economy, Mr. Speaker, and to help present and future generations. Mr. Speaker, I repeat that this Honorable House passed a total of 15 pieces of legislation, a record number, Mr. Speaker, for this House of Assembly, for the people of the Virgin Islands to improve their quality of life. Mr. Speaker, we have revenue generation initiatives such as, but not limited as what found in the potential of the Gaming and Betting Control Act 2020, Stamp Duty Amendment Act 2020, Asset Siege and Forfeiture Act 2020, Cannabis Licensing Act 2020, and there are more, Mr. Speaker, that will be coming. I'm pleased that all members of the House of Assembly had and took their parliamentary privilege seriously and debated the proposed bills. The debates we had in this Honorable House with the public, which the public heard on the different pieces of legislation so far, were indeed healthy. There are still discussion in the community, and this is good for any healthy democracy. I also thank every member of this Honorable House for contributing to the final version of the different pieces of legislation passed in this Honorable House. I thank every member of this Honorable House, government and opposition, for contributing to the committee stage of each bill, where we placed our handles aside to amend each bill or act clause by clause and line by line. What I like is that we often said in the committee stage, what we do must benefit and be good for our people and this economy. So, Mr. Speaker, together we strengthen all the different pieces of legislation, all 15 that were passed in June. And you would recall, as well as every member here, we did not wrap up the committee review of the different pieces of legislation until all members were comfortable, even if it meant staying at this Honorable House or persons return late to give minute-by-minute input. Everyone was accompanied and accommodated, and I'm happy for that. For I believe that no district must be left behind. But that is what we do. We work together to make things happen for the people of the Virgin Islands to improve their quality of life. Again, I want to thank honorable members for their contributions in the committee stage, which unfortunately the public is not privy to see. Mr. Speaker, despite your government being so challenged financially due to COVID-19, I'm glad that the Leader of the Opposition has joined together with the government to tell the people to don't lose faith, don't lose sight, and to hang in there as we go through this very difficult time. The Leader of our Opposition said, and I quote, he said, we now have the access to the funds that have been allocated by the Honorable Premier to help us within our community. We have restrictions with that fund, and I want to ask persons to be honest about their declaration so at least we can get help to many persons as possible throughout the communities, end of quote. I reiterate, we have removed, Mr. Speaker, some of those restrictions, but we have not removed the good governance aspect. Your government continues to move the territory's legislative agenda forward. In June alone, as I said, Mr. Speaker, we have been quite active in moving swiftly because the different pieces of legislation are designed to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands, their well-being socially and economically. Each piece of legislation focuses on smart strategies, green development, economic stability, and empowerment of the people to ensure transformation and long-term resilience. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, we have seen, Mr. Speaker, how this has continued to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. And this, Mr. Speaker, we have also seen, Mr. Speaker, that the relief that we have given, Mr. Speaker, will continue to be one that all the people of the Virgin Islands benefit from, Mr. Speaker, because we want to ensure that the people see and understand how each representative is spending the fund, government and the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to state clearly Mr. Speaker, we have continued to move in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. And for this, I want to thank all members of this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, on both sides of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that with us strengthening all the different pieces of legislation, Mr. Speaker, we have strengthened the BVI as a whole, Mr. Speaker. And in that vein, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we have all intention of keeping up the pace, because the reality is that we must transform swiftly or perish. And to perish is not an option. That's why I repeat, Mr. Speaker, that each piece of legislation focuses on smart strategies, green development, economic stability, and empowerment of the people to ensure transformation and long-term resilience of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, your government is committed to improving the quality of life of all. This we will do together as one BVI, united under God, our Creator, moving shoulder to shoulder towards prosperity. Our public and private sectors, non-governmental organizations, leaders past and present, working together even amidst this difficult era of COVID-19, ensuring that we, the people of the Virgin Islands, can work together to improve the quality of life of each of us and improve our economy, our health, and to make sure that we leave a strong Virgin Islands for generations unborn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Premier for his statement. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, a member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to provide this Honorable House with this update. Mr. Speaker, over the past months, my updates were related to physical projects, but today I want to speak on the ministry's legislation and policy framework, which is currently afoot, with an intent to improve the operational efficiency of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Transportation, Works and Utilities, in collaboration with the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, is making some amendments to the Road Traffic Act, which was last amended in 2011. These amendments seek merely to increase the penalties for various road offenses that are caused by motorists indiscriminately violating the regulations governing the roadways. It is our hope that these increases will be a deterrent to motorists contravening the law, thereby increasing the overall safety on the roadways. The amendments will touch areas such as parking in no parking zones, reckless or dangerous driving, driving without due care to other users of the road, use of license plates on a vehicle to which it is not assigned, riding, operating a motorcycle without helmets, etc. Mr. Speaker, we have been experiencing some challenges over the years with our sewage and water systems. But I stand here today to inform this Honorable House and the citizens of this territory that we are at full throttle conceptualizing and implementing corrective measures. While there are many practical things happening on the ground to improve the water supply, we are also ensuring a robust legislative and policy framework that will govern the water supply system in a more efficient manner. The proposed legislation will speak to a constant review of the quality, reliability, and availability of water supply. It is critical that the quality of the water supply remains at international standards. Therefore, this will be the oversight of the Ministry of Health and Social Development. The legislation will also require persons to obtain a license to operate within the sewage system, whether it be in the collection, transportation, and disposing of sewage or wastewater. Mr. Speaker, we are also bringing forward a fats, oil, and grease policy that will facilitate the maximum beneficial public use of the sewer system while preventing blockages and overflows resulting from fat oils and grease going into the system. This policy will require food services establishments, garages, and industrial facilities to install the requisite equipment for the proper disposal of fog before it gets into the sewage system. This policy will also establish the quantity and quality standards on all wastewater contacting fog accumulation during going into the sewer system that can cause or contribute to the occurrence of insanity, sewer overflows, and blockage. Mr. Speaker, we are also working on a certification program at the DMV for the driving schools, which will establish a minimum number of years driving, as well as having a clean driving record to be qualified as a driving instructor. This policy will also include the number of hours that each student must log before being allowed to take the cone test or the driving test. This policy will also allow for persons to be taught by private persons, but the number of hours would vary. Mr. Speaker, through the Virgin Islands Fire and Rescue Services, we have been pleading with the citizens of this territory to cease and desist from open burning, which can result in uncontrollable wildfires, not to mention health issues. Specifically, we are cautioning persons that the following of our basic concerns and should be avoided at all costs: spreading and becoming a wildfire, creating a health hazard, causing air pollution, becoming a public nuisance, and adversely affecting the community's aesthetic value. In order to eliminate open burning and to encourage other methods of disposal, we are in the process of moving a policy through to Cabinet for approval. However, when open burning is permitted by the fire service, provisions must be made for the most efficient combustion possible for the material to be burned. The policy document will thus address and encourage the safe and proper management of open burning with a view towards advancing the guidelines enshrined in the policy to legislation. Mr. Speaker, I wish to provide an update on the motorcycle and scooter campaign that the Department of Motor Vehicles continue to host. A famous writer once said, "The man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones." And Mr. Speaker, though the numbers are small, I am happy to report that since the implementation of the second restriction of 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. on June 26, 2020, the department has seen an increase in persons coming to become regularized. Mr. Speaker, 33 persons visited the department, and of that 33, 7 persons obtained new scooter and motorcycle licenses. 8 persons upgraded their licenses to include the M class, and 18 licensed their motorcycle. On the sister island of Virgin Gorda, 4 persons completed the motorcycle test and were successful. The department continues to reach out to riders as they take the offices outdoor on the 25th and 26th of July 2020, where we'll be hosting a grand motorcycle licensing and registration drive at Lloyd Drive. This is behind the Ralph T. O'Neill Administration Building, starting at 10 a.m. Mr. Speaker, while we know that motorcycles are an efficient mode of transportation, we encourage motorists to ensure that they operate within the confines of the law. So therefore, I encourage riders to get right, get legal, and ride safely. Mr. Speaker, I say thank you.
I thank the member for the 5th for his statements. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's have a few brief statements. Mr. Speaker, closure of Gorda Peak. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to make a brief statement on one of our national parks, the Gorda Peak National Park. Gorda Peak was declared a national park in 1974 and is roughly 260 acres. It is a well-used park for both our residents and our visitors, and we must do everything in our power to ensure that this and all our parks are preserved. They are sites of natural and historical resources which we must treasure. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we have had to take a decision that Gorda Peak National Park is now closed until further notice, effective July 8, 2020. Based on recent field investigations by National Parks Trust staff, it has been verified that there are several acres of Gorda Peak that have been illegally cleared for farming, along with the presence of construction supplies on site, and there is a foundation already established for a wooden building. This is being thoroughly investigated. Mr. Speaker, under the National Parks Trust of the Virgin Islands Regulations 2008, Section 14(1)(d), no person shall, in a park, destroy, damage, remove, move, manipulate, tamper, or attempt to tamper with any natural or historical resource or physical structure inside a park. Further, under Section 14(2), a person who contravenes Sub-Regulation 1 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or to be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 1 year or both. As there are windows and other construction supplies on the premises, Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the owners and the general public that under Section 15(2) of the regulations, any vehicle or the property which has been left or abandoned within a park for more than 24 hours is to be impounded for 60 days or until it is claimed by its owner, whichever is sooner. Moreover, under Section 15(3), the director shall cause to be published in a newspaper published and circulating in the Virgin Islands a notice that the lost or abandoned property has been found, that a property may be claimed at a specific location, and that a property may be disposed of if it is not claimed within 60 days. As there are several articles that have been left and or abandoned at Gordon Peak, the director is notifying the owners to please claim their property within the next 60 days. Failure to do so will result in the running of an ad in the newspaper as per the regulations. If the items are not claimed after that, the items will be disposed of. We ask for the full cooperation of the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Social Security Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence to say a few words on the Social Security Board. Mr. Speaker, on 26 June, I spoke of the upcoming anniversary of the Social Security Board, and July 2nd, 2020 was an auspicious occasion at Social Security Board celebrated its 40th anniversary. Forgive me for repeating some of what was said then, but Mr. Speaker, I think it is worth the repetition. Mr. Speaker, we have to recognize the contribution of the persons whose shoulders we are standing. It is recorded in the history books that in September 1979, as leader of the opposition, the late R.T. O'Neill rallied in support of the opposition to support a bill sponsored by the Chief Minister, the late H. Lafferty Stout, to establish a Social Security system, as some members of the government did not think Social Security would work in the BVI. Never before or since has opposition been the voting majority to pass a bill. This was the foundation of a system where persons can receive partial income replacement during illness, pregnancy, invalidity, old age, death, and certain emergencies. Mr. Speaker, one of the persons responsible for the passage of the Social Security legislation didn't have the foresight over 40 years ago to establish a social protection system for the territory. Can you imagine where we would be as a country today? Mr. Speaker, the Social Security Board would not be around and able to assist our contributors. We would not be able to undertake socio-economic investments in the territory nor provide special assistance towards the COVID-19 economic stimulus at this critical time. Mr. Speaker, 35 years after the Social Security Board inception in 2014, an amendment for the Social Security legislation was passed that created National Health Insurance, NHI, a division of the Social Security Board, to provide universal health care to all. NHI commenced operations on January 1st, 2016, and afforded residents an affordable access to health care by making it accessible to all. Mr. Speaker, the Social Security Board is one of the territory's greatest success stories, a financially sound fund that provides social protection insurance to its contributors through short-term and long-term benefits. The board protects the long-term economic interests of the people and residents of the Virgin Islands and has had significant positive impacts for persons living today and generations yet unborn. Today, the fund stands at $725 million, with over $209 million in benefits paid out since inception to thousands of beneficiaries all over the world. Additionally, NHI has paid out $162 million in medical claims to date. Mr. Speaker, despite the above successes, the Social Security Board is under a microscope, and persons across the spectrum continue to scrutinize the board. Given Social Security's responsibility for investing the contributors' money and ensuring the Social Security Fund is viable to ensure short and long-term benefits are paid timely, the policing is justified, if constructive. Mr. Speaker, the Social Security Board continues to exemplify its mission as manifested, to provide appropriate Social Security benefits to our contributors and their families through strong leadership, prudent investments, and the sustained efforts of a highly motivated, committed, and professional staff. Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent on this and future governments, boards and the management and staff of the Social Security Board to continue their strong leadership and good governance to ensure the future financial success and organization viability of this illustrious organization for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, just as we are celebrating Social Security's board successes and achievements, the fund can become insolvent, as seen in a region in other social security systems in the Caribbean, as a result of bad policy decisions and management. And we sure don't want to be on that page in the history books. Mr. Speaker, we have to pay special commendation to the late Lavity Stout, the late R.T. O'Neill, and the opposition members in 1979 who passed the Social Security Ordinance, the minister responsible for Social Security over the years, chairpersons, board members, and investment committee members over the past 4 decades, as well as the chairman, Mr. Ian S. Smith, director, Anthony Skelton, and the management and staff of the Social Security Board, whose steady hand and prudent leadership has enabled the Virgin Islands to have a financially viable social protection fund that meets the social needs of this territory. Mr. Speaker, we all have a responsibility to ensure our children and our children's children are secure in this territory. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not happy to give this one, but I have to. Repatriation of unemployed non-nationals. The background. The Virgin Islands is known to be a melting pot of various nationalities, which makes our territory a truly diverse one. A large percentage of persons residing in the BVI are natives of other countries, and many have resided in our beautiful islands for several years and make it their home. The BVI economy has benefited greatly from expatriate workers who have come to build the workforce of this territory. And for this, we are truly grateful. As Minister responsible for both labor and immigration, I have been faced with the heavy task of addressing workforce issues and the movement of persons in and out of the territory, all with the help of my very able staff in the Immigration Department and the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. Mr. Speaker, over the past 3 months, both departments have been faced with an escalation in the number of persons who have been laid off or released because of COVID-19. Though expected, the harsh reality of persons being unable to sustain their lives has been brought to the forefront. It is not easy for us as a government to see our brothers and sisters become unable to take care of themselves, as, unlike BVI Islanders and belongers, who may be able to depend on a nearby family member, they may not have that luxury. As a government, we have fought to bridge the gap between being a long-term resident and becoming a belonger. But by successfully developing and executing the Immigration Regularization Initiative. This is a testament of our commitment to non-nationals making the BVI their home, where so desired. Further to this, with the help of the Economic and Fiscal Task Force, Premier Foy has been able to present to you, the public, a stimulus plan that reflects several initiatives geared towards helping not only BVI landers and belongers, but all persons who legally work in our territory. But, Mr. Speaker, stimulus initiatives cannot last forever. The plan is terminated. Mr. Speaker, I have stated in a previous statement that persons residing in a BVI who have been terminated and would like to seek alternative employment will have the option to apply to the Acting Chief Immigration Officer for the option to receive a conditional permit under Section 31(1)(c) and 31(1)(a) of the Immigration and Passport Amendment Act 2016. This will allow a qualifying person residing for a period of 5 years or more and not having a previous conditional permit within the last 3 years to remain in the BVI while seeking employment for a period of 3 months. We are mindful that not all employees who have been terminated will qualify for a conditional permit, but will still recommend that an application be made for the review of the Chief Immigration Officer if a viable alternative job is not available, for his review and discretionary decision. However, Mr. Speaker, the reality is some will not be able to find alternative jobs, and without financial or family support will be required to leave the territory. With a reducing job market and the government's commitment under the Labor Code 2010, Section 2B, which states, further, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind work permit and work permit exemption holders that illegal employment must not continue. If you are bonded by and hold a work permit with one employer, you should not partake in employment with another entity, operate as self-employed, or partake in any part-time or temporary employment without the approvals of the Department of Labor and Workforce Development and the Immigration Department. Mr. Speaker, this is illegal. Part 10 of the Labor Code speaks to work permits and the conditions and proper way in which to obtain various types of work permits. This part of the Labor Code and Part 6 of the Immigration and Passport Act also gives information on penalties for breaching those conditions. A stop must be put to this, effective immediately. Effective immediately, Mr. Speaker, efforts will be increased to enforce the powers of both acts to stop illegal work in this territory. The plan is laid off. Mr. Speaker, I would once again like to remind employers of the importance of submitting the necessary business assessment information to the Department of Labor and Workforce Development and the Immigration Department. This information will allow the government to continue to accurately assess the workforce condition and aid in the direction of any further stimulus or assistance for the people of this territory. A template of the needed information can be located at the government's website, www.gov.vg. Also, be reminded that it is illegal to seek alternative or temporary employment when laid off without the proper approvals from the Department of Labor and Workforce Development and the Immigration Department. If you are a work permit holder and have found temporary work, please visit the Department of Labor and Workforce Development for information on the legal way to engage in these types of work. Work permit renewals, new requirements. Mr. Speaker, as we enter another phase in this new normal, where work and the workforce is extremely fickle, it is our mission to ensure that all agencies involved in a person's ability to work and an employer's ability to hire maintain the common goal of remaining compliant with government's requirements. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, effective immediately, all work permit renewals being submitted to the Department of Labor and Workforce Development are to be accompanied by the company's good standing from the Social Security Board, Inland Revenue Department, and the National Health Insurance, as well as the certificates of earning from the Social Security Board and Inland Revenue Department for the applicable employee seeking a renewal of his or her work permit. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of taken, so permit me to repeat that section there, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, effective immediately, all work permit renewals being submitted to the Department of Labor and Workforce Development are to be accompanied by the company's good standing from the Social Security Board, Inland Revenue Department, and National Health Insurance, as well as the certificates of earning from the Social Security Board and Inland Revenue Department for the applicable employee seeking a renewal of his or her work permit. Without the mentioned documentation, work permits will not be accepted by the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. Conclusion. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has changed the entire world and the way in which we live, work, and do business. We must now face the realities of the new normal head-on, with realistic eyes and understanding heart, but also with a practical mind. A territory such as ours has continuously opened our arms to receive anyone wanting to experience nature's little secrets, but the COVID-19 pandemic has changed our ability to do so at this time. We therefore must do what we must. Mr. Speaker, to save our territory from financial instability. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that in a time like this, many persons may be disheartened and frustrated by the decision to have them return to their home country. And though we are walking by faith and not by sight, the reality shows a future filled with bleak times for the entire world. Our territory is no exception to that reality. We must ask ourselves, how long can we carry on? And we must make decisions that are sustainable for the foreseeable future. Be that as it may, as Minister for Labor, I intend to work diligently in keeping this government's commitment to our brothers and sisters of the wider Caribbean, mainland US, Europe, and other parts of the world. After this time of transition and change has subsided and we move into our transformation, we will give the necessary assistance to employers wishing to rehire their loyal employees. We intend to do so by giving preference in the work permit process for these employees so that they may return to these beautiful islands to reestablish their legitimate employment that was affected by the pandemic as smoothly as possible. Mr. Speaker, as Minister for Labor and Immigration, I pledge to continue working in favor of all the people of this territory. I would like to remind the public to continue to wear your mask and continue adhering to the guidelines as set by the government. Mr. Speaker, we will get through this together. May God continue to bless you all, and may God continue to bless these beautiful Virgin Islands. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that's the last of my statement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister for his statement. I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Corvin Malone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to make two brief statements and one announcement, if I could. The first statement is a COVID-19 update. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Virgin Islands continually monitors the evolution and progression of the COVID-19 pandemic as infections spread and increasingly with increased vicissitude in our region of the world. We remain committed to keeping the public engaged and informed, and I am grateful for the opportunity to present yet another progress report on the territory's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, testing remains an important element of our strategy to limit the transmission of the virus. The BVI Health Services Authority has tested 622 individuals, with 614 returning negative and 8 positive results to date. Currently, there are no active cases. The laboratory currently has capacity to conduct another 3,020 COVID-19 tests in-house, and testing is mainly being carried out on persons who meet the case definition for COVID-19, all emergency room admissions, all hospital inpatients, all persons undergoing surgery, persons requiring COVID-19 tests for travel, healthcare workers based on exposure risk, healthcare workers requesting COVID-19 testing, persons being detained who enter the territory illegally, and all returning residents exiting mandatory quarantine. Mr. Speaker, activities being implemented as part of the HEOC National Action Plan against the COVID-19 pandemic continue to focus on managing the risk of imported cases while simultaneously monitoring workplace preventative measures. Of the 412 persons who have not returned to the territory since our borders reopened to nationals and permanent residents on the 2nd of June, 226 have been released from quarantine after testing negative for the virus that causes COVID-19. Approximately 100 nationals are expected to arrive in the territory in July of 2020. To date, a total of 607 persons have been verified by immigration and cleared for re-entry, and 75 of the registrations did not meet the requirements established for individuals to re-enter the territory during phase 1 of the restricted border reopening plan. Mr. Speaker, in terms of workplace preventative measures, the members of the compliance teams and social distancing task force inspected close to 1,400 businesses, with approximately 96% of these meeting the requirements for reopening. In addition to the businesses that met the reopening criteria, 64 churches were approved based on their compliance with established procedures. Engagement was also had with entities that provide janitorial, car rental, taxi, and trucking services. 16 of the 18 schools inspected were approved, subject to reopen once a decision is made by Cabinet on the reopening of educational facilities. Continuous monitoring of the entities that were approved to reopening is ongoing, Mr. Speaker, and to date, 514 post-approval inspections were conducted to ensure sustained compliance with the requisite COVID-19 prevention measures related to physical distancing, hand washing, and respiratory etiquette. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, it cannot be overemphasized that a responsible and considerate members, that as responsible and considerate members of this community, we must continue to do our part to keep ourselves and others safe from COVID-19 infection. Despite our low infection rate, we cannot allow the community to become desensitized or complacent at a time when the danger of an outbreak is increasing all around us. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that it has now become necessary to pursue strict enforcement of COVID-19 suppression measures related to physical distancing and sanitizing, coupled with strong community vigilance, individual responsibility, and a robust, continuous public awareness. More information on these enforcement measures will be communicated to the public in the days and weeks ahead. Mr. Speaker, one need only to look and examine the statistics from our neighbors in the region, North America, South America, Europe, throughout the world, to become all too familiar that hospitals, their beds, their equipment are becoming overwhelmed with this. We can either call it, Mr. Speaker, the end of the first wave or the beginning of the second wave. Establishments that were opened are now beginning to close again. If we monitor and if we adhere to the protocols, then we would not have to return to a closed down environment. Mr. Speaker, it is little to ask for the safety of lives and the protection of livelihoods. So, Mr. Speaker, these steps are necessary if we are to continue to enjoy the freedoms of internal reopening, economic rebooting, and opening of our borders to international travelers returning home or continuing or coming to our shores to contribute to our economy. I once again strongly encourage all of us to do our part to consistently adhere to the physical distancing and sanitization guidelines that have been put in place for our protection. I cannot leave, although it's not written, without thanking the hard-working HEOC team, the Cabinet, the House of Assembly members, the entire civil service, and all of the agencies that have worked tirelessly to get us to this point. We cannot get weary in well-doing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second statement is related to an update on the Housing Recovery Assistance Program. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present an update on the support being provided to vulnerable households by the government of the Virgin Islands to repair and rebuild hurricane-damaged homes. A total of 617 applications were received under the Housing Recovery Program since its inception in 2018, and the program continues to receive applications for housing assistance. Mr. Speaker, based on the protocols previously established, housing assistance is available to vulnerable households under the following categories: Housing Recovery General Grant for home repair up to $100,000, Housing Recovery for Social Grant, construction of social homes based on accepted evaluated tender price, low interest loans up to $100,000, material grants up to $7,500. Mr. Speaker, to date, 213 beneficiaries have been approved to receive housing assistance in the form of grants, low interest loans, or social housing from funding provided by the government. A total of 186 beneficiaries have benefited from a general grant. Of the 104 persons benefited under the initial grant, whereas a total of 96, I would repeat that. Of the 186 beneficiaries, 104 persons benefited under the initial grant, whereas a total of 82 persons benefited from the existing grant, in which homes were watertight through the installation of roofs, windows, and exterior doors, together with essential electrical and plumbing works. Under the existing grant, a total of 19 home repair projects have been completed. 14 home repair projects are ongoing and the remaining 49 home repair projects are currently undergoing a contractor selection process. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that under the program, the Ministry of Health and Social Development has directly contracted 24 local contractors and would continue to engage contractors for the repairs and rebuild of the hurricane-damaged homes. Mr. Speaker, 23 beneficiaries will benefit from a social grant to rebuild their primary residence. To date, of the 23 social homes to be built, 10 homes have been completed. 2 homes are still undergoing construction. 7 homes are currently being tendered through the government's public tendering process. 2 homes are currently in the design phase. One home is being considered for approval by the relevant authorities, and one home is scheduled to start within the next few weeks. Mr. Speaker, with the additional funding that has been dedicated to construct social homes, it is safe to report that more beneficiaries will receive assistance in the form of a social grant to rebuild their homes. Funding has always been an issue, but with the additional funding announced, this would alleviate some of the persons now requiring social homes. Mr. Speaker, the low-interest loan component of the program has its challenges, such as beneficiaries recommended for loans refuse to accept the loans or fail to accept the process for the loans to be issued. Of the 6 persons recommended for low-interest loans administered by the National Bank of the Virgin Islands, only 4 have completed the process. To date, 2 loans have been processed and 2 remain pending. The others were unable to complete the process to acquire the low-interest loans. More so, applicants are not interested in the low-interest loans for one reason or the other. Mr. Speaker, a balance of $210,000 have been committed. Mr. Speaker, the material grant was introduced in November of 2019 in an effort to assist home builders who are able to meet their own labor costs but require some assistance in purchasing much-needed building materials. Since the inception in November of 2019, 193 persons benefited from the material grant program. A total of $1,196,657.05 have been committed for the program. Mr. Speaker, the material grant component continues to provide an immediate relief to affected households to purchase small quantities of building materials from local suppliers. Mr. Speaker, as the new funding, as I mentioned before, is under the remit of the Finance and the Premier's Office, the Housing Recovery Program in the Ministry of Health and Social Development, when required, when requested, will offer suggestions for the restructure of the home rebuild protocols so that families that could not benefit from the limited funding that was previously available could now be reconsidered. It is recognized that additional funding will still be required, but little by little, home by home, together we shall overcome. In closing, I commend the diligent efforts of the team of public officers across several ministries and departments, the contractors, and other partners in the implementation of the Housing Recovery Assistance Program. As we celebrate these milestones, let us not lose focus on the numerous people who are still waiting on public assistance. It is mindful, and we are mindful, Mr. Speaker, that we are in the start of the hurricane season. We will continue to do what is possible in haste in order to make persons as safe as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his statements, and I thank all ministers for their statements. I've acknowledged the presence of the member for the 2nd District, and I've noted his communique to me on his lateness. So therefore, we'll take a 2-minute recess, and then we'll go back to the member for the 2nd to deal with his questions. I recognize before the break, I'm recognizing the member for the 9th District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pardon, but I forgot one statement which I wish to read now, Mr. Speaker. It's not very long.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very kind of you. Mr. Speaker, our tourism sector relies on the presence of pristine waters which sustain our ability to recreate and to provide fish, which form part of our food security framework. Crystal clear waters allow for our reefs to thrive as countless residents and visitors enjoy the same. However, Mr. Speaker, our coastal waters, more than ever, requires continued attention and focus. The prevalence of various diseases impacting reefs, stormwater runoff, which may carry large amounts of sediments from the land, and the discharge of pollutants into the waters threaten the survivability of reefs and other marine ecosystems that support our livelihoods and lives. Sometimes individuals may feel helpless in their ability to positively contribute to the protection of our coastal resources. Mr. Speaker, there are certain actions that can be taken by individuals and companies to contribute to the preservation of our pristine waters. The conscious choice of products which pose little to no harm to the environment and a change in the manner in which we interact with our oceans when recreating are concrete actions that can be taken. When sea bathing, suntan lotion provides a layer of protection against the damage that ultraviolet rays from the sun may impact on our skin. However, the selection of safer and more environmentally friendly products is paramount to the arresting the damage that may be caused by some of the chemicals used in the production of these goods. Mr. Speaker, my ministry is working to ensure that the continued use of harmful chemicals that are found in suntan lotions are curtailed over time. Similarly, the use of some anti-fouling paints that are used to inhibit growth of marine organisms on the bottom of boats pose continued threats to marine fauna and the environment. Mr. Speaker, it is the government's intention to ban the use of tributyltin or TBT in the future. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the boating sector should hasten their preparations to improve the facilities to accommodate the processing of sewage, as it is this government's intention to ban the pumping and discharge of sewage into our coastal waters. Mr. Speaker, these measures are designed to ensure that ours and future generations may inherit a clean and healthy environment. Our waters are key to our survival, and the imposition of a ban on harmful chemicals and the discharge of sewage will go a long way to maintaining the integrity of our natural resources and our continued well-being. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister for his additional statement. I've reconsidered my decision, and we would not take a break at this time because whenever we break, we'll just break for lunch one time. So I observe that the Premier is absent. So therefore, we will entertain the questions from the member for the second, and we will go to the Minister for Education. Firstly, let me ask the member to give notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving apologies on my behalf, but since I'm here, I want to sincerely apologize to this honorable House because it would never be my intention to not be present for when the proceedings are happening, especially when I have items on the order paper. But Mr. Speaker, there was an emergency in my district with one of my lovely seniors, and I had to attend, hence I sent you the message that I was running late. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I crave the indulgence of this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I now rise to give notice that at this time in the proceedings that I will seek leave to ask the question standing in my name under item 7, Roman numeral 4 through 6 on the order of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you now to pose your question to the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must state also with this question that if you would note, it was a question that was on the order paper from the last sitting that was, the minister asked me to bring back because he didn't have it, so I'm just bringing back the question together with the question for the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor and the Honorable Premier, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture please provide this Honorable House with the detailed report that was promised for the festival and supporting activities of 2019, since I only received a 5-page spreadsheet document requested from the committee stage of the budget process of the House in 2019, and list A, the total original budgeted amount, B, the total amount initially added to the original budget, C, if there was an overrun of the amended budgeted amount, D, the total of any additional supplementary funds, and E, what was the final cost/amount spent on the Virgin Islands Festival of 2019.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the 2nd District for his question. Just a clarification, Mr. Speaker. Last time this question was asked, I did get up and say that the information was sent via Stand-in Finance after I sat down after the member indicated to me that the information was not in the report. I checked with my permanent secretary and I confirmed that the information was indeed shared during Stand-in Finance, which is the 5-page, I'm not sure how many pages it is, but it was a spreadsheet that was circulated. I believe that's the same spreadsheet that the member is referring to. So I'll go ahead and read the answer to the question, but the information was already circulated during Stand-in Finance, Mr. Speaker. And I did last session at the A, B, C, D, and E. I did answer these in previous questions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw to the honorable member's attention Standing Order 17G 1, which states a question shall not be asked, which raises an issue already decided in the House, which has been fully answered. Mr. Speaker, at the 10th sitting of the 2nd session of the 4th House of Assembly held on 19 June 2020, the honorable member asked the same question, which I answered fully. At that sitting, Mr. Speaker, I reminded the honorable member that I had circulated a detailed expenditure report to members via the Speaker of the House on 6 December 2019. As promised, Mr. Speaker, the requested report was emailed to the honorable member by my permanent secretary, and I do acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that it seems as though the government emails has been having some issues. I'm not sure if the member received the email. I had my permanent secretary email the document to him again. So hopefully he would have received that, Mr. Speaker, but there's been some challenges recently with the emails. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, do you have hard copies of what you sent to the member for our records at the House?
Mr. Speaker, you mean during Stand-in Finance?
Well, whatever you sent to him in answering the question that was previously asked. Do you have the answers, the hard copy of the
It was
answer?
sent via email. I don't have the hard copy with me right now, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Member for the second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to belabor this point, Mr. Speaker, but the member referred to standing orders, which is inferring that I am violating the standing orders. But if we would recall, Mr. Speaker, I was asking for information not the information that at that time, Mr. Speaker, if you would recall, the 5-page spreadsheet that was given during Standing Finance was noted by the Permanent Secretary and the Minister at the time that it was an incomplete document. And then since I put the questions on the order paper for the 10th sitting, Mr. Speaker, the festival report came out. So what the Minister answered, Mr. Speaker, during the last sitting, on the 10th sitting, and what I showed in the report, there was a disparity, Mr. Speaker, so I was asking for the details, Mr. Speaker, of the items, the information in this question, and I still have not received them to this, in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker. So if you are going to state that this spreadsheet was a part of the answers or the details, which in Standing Finance, the Permanent Secretary and the Minister acknowledged that it was an incomplete report and the subsequent report would be followed. This was produced, I don't know when, but I asked, Mr. Speaker, there was a disparity in the numbers and the totals, and I still don't have the information. So, Mr. Speaker, I asked for it in this honorable House, which each member of this honorable House should receive a copy, including yourself, Mr. Speaker. So I'm wondering and I'm hoping that that can be rectified, so it doesn't seem that I am belaboring a point, but, Mr. Speaker, it is my duty to ask and receive the information as requested.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, some clarification for the member. During Standing Finance, the complete report, which was already laid on the table a couple weeks ago, was not present. But the detailed expenditure was completed, Mr. Speaker, and that's what was circulated. But the full report, which we only laid in the House of Assembly just a few weeks ago, was not available. So when we said that the report was not complete, Mr. Speaker, it means that we didn't have that full report that we just laid on the table not too long ago. So that full report has been laid, and the detailed expenditure was complete, Mr. Speaker. And the member should have that complete, detailed report along with the report that was laid in the House of Assembly. There's no other information besides that, Mr. Speaker. The member would have that within his email, which was sent again by the Permanent Secretary. So I do believe that the member has that information, and the members of the House as well received the information during Standing Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for the second, I just want to be clear about the information that you said you did not receive. Is it anything different from what was emailed to you or the report that was laid by the Minister before this House?
Mr. Speaker, I think if we're going to refer to standing orders, I will do so now. If I asked for something to be submitted to me in this honorable House, then I expect it to be submitted to me in this honorable House and the other members in this House, and which goes then directly to the public. An email which I still haven't received, Mr. Speaker, is not, it might be sufficient for my own edification, Mr. Speaker, but under the operations of this House is a total different ball game. And the member is referring to the 5-page report, which again, I reiterate that it was an incomplete report. So if the member is stating that that 5-page spreadsheet document, which has the details that I was asking for in my question to the honorable member in the 10th sitting, Mr. Speaker, this report, which is supposed to be now laid on the House, which has been laid on the House, which is supposed to be the final document, Mr. Speaker, is still devoid of that spreadsheet, Mr. Speaker. So the information that I'm asking for, so either one or two things, either this has been laid on the table incomplete, or the spreadsheets is going to be an addendum or a schedule to the thing, but to the report, Mr. Speaker. But the question that I asked was a simple clarification, because the numbers that were in the spreadsheet, the numbers that are in this report, and the amounts that the minister or the member answered to me in the last sitting, Mr. Speaker, there is a disparity, so I don't know what is the total spent. So I brought back the question, which was under the advisement of yourself and the member to do so. So that's all I'm doing, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So the only thing outstanding that you didn't get is the email that was sent to you. Here is what I'm going to request. Minister, if before the end of this sitting today, that you can provide the copy of what was emailed to the Honorable Member for the Second, to all members in this House, including myself, and copies for the clerk. If you're saying that beyond that you have no other information, then that will have to be accepted. So I'm going to leave it with you to make sure before we leave this chambers today that the information that you email to the member be provided to this Honorable House so we can put this matter to rest.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I will certainly do so. And just to clarify, Mr. Speaker, Standing Finances is that's a committee of the House. So the information was provided within Standing Finance, which is an official session of the House. Just that clarity, Mr. Speaker.
That's fine, but we want to make sure that that everybody's clear that you have answered the question via that information. So if you lift in that information as your answer, that will be accepted. But I want to make sure before we leave today that all members have that spreadsheet that the member is asking for that was detailed in Standing Finance Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I'll certainly do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so then we'll bring that matter to an end. If there are discrepancies, there's other channels in which the member can query those discrepancies. There's a Public Accounts Committee, etc. So let's move off that question. I am now going.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question asked by myself has not been answered. And I don't want to, so I brought it back, Mr. Speaker, after I consulted with the clerk and yourself. I brought it back just because there was a disparity in the information read in the answer by the minister. Then he referred to the report in the totals. So if you look, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to take the time and seem like I am doing something that I'm not supposed to be doing, but Mr. Speaker, the questions from A through E in my question, Mr. Speaker, relates to the amounts, the answers that the minister gave in answering these questions. When I referred to the report that he referred to, Mr. Speaker, there were disparities. So I was trying to find out if you put the two reports together, if we would have a new figure. That's what I was trying to figure out, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is now owed not just to me, but it's owed to the rest of the members and the public of the Virgin Islands to get clear information, because when you answer a question in this House, Mr. Speaker, it is supposed to be the truth. So that is my discrepancy. So if I need to bring back this question a third time, Mr. Speaker, I will.
Minister, do you have anything to add before we move ahead?
Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that you made a ruling on the matter, and I will comply with your ruling as a good member, Mr. Speaker. You're the boss in here, so I'll go based on what you just stated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, again, let me repeat what I said in my ruling, and I don't know if I'm the boss. I preside by consensus. One, the member for the 2nd District is saying that there's a discrepancy between what was laid and what was answered. The minister is saying that there was additional information via the Standing Finance Committee, of which was emailed to the member. The member stated he never received the email. I've asked before we leave here today that email information be circulated to all members. The minister made it clear he has nothing else to add. So if the member from the 2nd is alleging that there's discrepancies with figures, then there are other options in which to deal with it. Therefore, I'm going to invite the member for the 2nd District to move on to the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor and Immigration for question 1.
Mr. Speaker, I would certainly, most certainly, use my options. I got options, and I think the people do too. Mr. Speaker, question to the Minister for Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, during the first meeting with the newly elected and appointed Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, some 3 months after being elected, one of the items highlighted was the importance of the protection of our beaches and reefs by implementing reef markers specifically for the areas in my district in White Bay, Just Van Dyke, Great Harbor, Just Van Dyke, Bruce Bay, and King Garden Bay. Could the Honorable Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration please update this Honorable House on A, the status of the purchasing and installing of the markers in each of the aforementioned areas, and B, the expected completion date of installation for all areas?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. Hope he finds the answer satisfying. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, and the BVA Post Authority partnered with the VI Recovery and Development Agency to identify various areas where reefs pose navigational challenges and where the protection of the resource was required. 3 markers were installed in White Bay, Just Van Dyke, and 4 in Cane Garden Bay. In addition to these areas, markers were also installed in Anegada, Trellis Bay, Beef Island, and North Song Virgin Islands. For an abundance of clarity, Mr. Speaker, whether termed channel markers or reef markers, account was taken as to the need to protect reefs in those areas where installations proceeded. Therefore, markers are intended to protect our natural resources whilst augmenting the safety of the boating community. The installation of the markers proceeded as planned, and the VA Shipping Registry confirmed the installation during the early part of the month of May 2020. The handover documentation included a list of the markers and the geographic location, which will be submitted to the United Kingdom's Hydrographic Office. The Ministry certified completion of the works on the 27th of May 2020, and this phase of works is now closed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any follow-up?
Speaker, the Honourable Minister answered the question with a slight twist. But, Mr. Speaker, it is almost the same answer that he gave in the last sitting, which caused me to bring back the question, Mr. Speaker. I know that the navigational markers were installed, Mr. Speaker, but our conversation and what we agreed on was the identification of reef markers, because there are still boaters throughout that traverse these shores, Mr. Speaker, that still will moor and anchor and even drive directly and ignore the navigation markers. So our reefs are completely being continually destroyed, Mrs. Speaker. So the reef markers are different than the navigational markers, which I do appreciate, I must say. And I know they were installed because those communications were done. But the reef markers, Mr. Speaker, I think the Minister and I will speak off record on that to get it rectified. But the reef markers are different from the navigational markers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the member is asking for additional reef markers or additional channel markers, I'll be happy to oblige when funding becomes available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll let you both discuss that off record. Member for the 2nd District, I invite you now to pose your question to the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, this question, Mr. Speaker, for the Honorable Premier was brought back just for clarification. I must reiterate that. Mr. Speaker, could the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance please tell this Honorable House what is the detailed financial position of the territory as at 31st May 2020? A, the balance in the consolidated fund. B, the balance in the reserve fund. And C, the current loans and balances. Mr. Speaker, the question, just for clarity and the purpose is of the listening audience and the members here, and one of the answers that the Premier gave, the follow-up was of the amount listed by the Honorable Premier with regards to the loans and balances. Is the pension debt included in that amount? And if so, what is the total pension debt as at the date mentioned above? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to state I'm glad always to answer questions of the Honorable House about the people's business. Mr. Speaker, it's important for me to emphasize to this Honorable House that the balance of all bank accounts in each fund owned by or maintained by the government of Virgin Islands at any time, specifically consolidated fund, does not factor in the monies to be deducted from such funds in order to pay outstanding expenditures due to vendors, persons, agencies, among others, who provide services to the government. Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the public as a territory during this COVID-19 ongoing pandemic, we were able so far to put preventative measures in place using our own financial resources from these different funds to keep us all safe. In that light, I need to reemphasize that the consolidated fund fluctuates. This means that as revenue come in, monies are taken out from those revenues to pay government outstanding bills. Remember, the balance always only reflects a specific time frame, hence why it is always difficult to accurately compare the balance of one financial period to the next, because although the revenues may slightly differ, the expenditures are usually significantly different. Mr. Speaker, for this time frame in question, as at 31st May 2020, the finances of the territory must not be looked upon in isolation. We must remember that the world is faced with challenges of COVID-19, especially in the area of health and finances, and the Virgin Islands is no different. Mr. Speaker, the detailed financial position of the territory as at 31st May 2020 amidst the COVID-19 era was the consolidated fund balance as at May 31st, 2020 amidst the COVID-19 era was $52,215,100. The reserve fund, including dormant fund balance as at May 31st, 2020 amidst the COVID-19 era was $80,788,051. Dormant fund balance is $8,714,139. The current loans and balances as at May 31st, 2020 amidst the COVID-19 era, Mr. Speaker, the detailed listing of all loans is contained in the budget document 2020 on page 122. But the current loan balances that is disbursed in outstanding debt currently stands at $138,979,650. Foreign debt is $85,584,627, and domestic debt is $53,395,023. Mr. Speaker, the public debt liability of $208,274,911 includes an amount of $69,295,262 as guaranteed debt. That is borrowing by our statutory boards that is being almost by the respective boards themselves. These figures are detailed in the table below, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I have the answer. I think that I give out the information to be distributed now, so the member can get it distributed. Mr. Speaker, in terms of pension, we know in terms of the government trying to look to see how to get a pension program going, Mr. Speaker, because right now there's not a pension program going where persons contribute to the pension, Mr. Speaker. So with that, Mr. Speaker, that is a program that we have working on, Mr. Speaker, that over due course we'll be able to bring to the public, because we are finding the best way to implement it, especially amidst this COVID-19 era. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Premier said that the document was provided to be circulated. So I just need, if you would, crave my indulgence, because, Mr. Speaker, I still didn't get of the numbers. I try to write them down as quickly as I can. Honorable Premier, out of the $138 million or the $208 million, I think this was a specific question, is the, oh, it's coming. Mr. Speaker, just, if you would just give me a quick second to get to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of the 100, the question that I was asking, which was the follow-up, which was in original in our paper. So of the 138 million and or the public debt of 208 million, Mr. Speaker, the question was, of either one of those two amounts, what amount is made up of the, from the pensions, and what is the total amount for the pensions out of either one of those two amounts?
Mr. Speaker, I just give the member my answers. I don't have them in front of me. So what I'll do is, Mr. Speaker, is evaluate it and get it back to the member before this house is closed, because I want to make sure that he has the paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Premier, it's just to say out of either one of those numbers, what number makes up if the pension is covered under either one of those, and what is the amount? So I thank the Premier.
Yeah, fair question, but I don't want to answer unless I have it accurate, because I don't want to give the House any inaccurate information, but I will get it for the member because it's due to him.
Okay. Therefore, before today's session is over, we have two sets of information dealing with question. The Premier is going to provide both the member for the second and the House with the follow-up question answer, and the Minister for Culture will provide the portion that was emailed to the member for the second, so it will be available to all members, so that these questions will not return, at least under this session. This brings to the end the question and answers. I thank all ministers.
Mr. Speaker, I can't let you move on without first giving the opportunity to thank the ministers and the members for answering the questions and allowing you to shift the order paper, even though I was tardy. So I thank you again, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That brings to the end of the question and answer on the order of the day. I therefore call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, public business. 1, government business.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance for the second reading of the Police Act 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the second and third reading of the bill entitled Police Act 2019. Move the second and third reading of the bill entitled Police Act 2019. And I move that the bill short entitled Police Act 2019 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, from time to time, that there is a need to update legislations that govern different law enforcement bodies. And Mr. Speaker, as we know, this is one of those areas, being the Police Act. And we know the importance of the police to our territory. And we know that they are our frontline defense in this territory, given that we do not have any army. So we thank them for the work that they do, the Commissioner and everyone for the work that they do. But Mr. Speaker, there are many areas of the Police Act that needs to be updated and, as we would say, modernized So, Mr. Speaker, this is one of those areas in terms of the bill to make sure that this is done. And, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to flesh it out clause by clause in the committee stage. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been seconded, and therefore the floor is now open for debate on the Police Act 2019. I'm sorry? If I want to help you out. You lost track of the order of the day, sir? Well, you asked what's going on. The procedure is, well, he gave his objection and reasons. Yes, did you not? Well, let me help you. Let me help you, senior member. The next thing on the order of the day was a bill entitled the Police Act 2019. The mover of the bill for its second and third reading is the Premier. He introduced the bill, he explained his objectives and reasons. It was seconded by Honorable Malone, and now the floor is open for debate. Yeah, he did. He did. Well, according, Premier, if you want to re-explain to the senior member of the House your objects and reasons, you're free to do so, but we have followed the procedural guide, so I'm not sure if I can further help the member. Premier, if you don't have anything else to add, the floor is open for debate. I recognize the territorial member and Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move a motion that this be put in a standard select committee. Of the whole House.
Move of the motion. Are you accepting that? There's a motion on the floor from the Deputy Speaker to move this bill into a special select committee.
I second the motion.
Premier? Okay, I'm being advised that there'll be a motion has to be moved by the...
There won't be a motion. Won't be a motion. I'll have to close it and do it. Yeah. So you have to ask if anybody else has a debate. When I close now, I can do that. That's not a motion.
The floor remains open for debate, and I hope that I've cleared up the Honorable Fraser's query, that he's now clear about what is going on in the House of Assembly. The floor remains open for debate on the Police Act 2019. And if I can bring further clarity to anything, I'm so guided.
Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, this bill does not belong in this honorable House at this time for a second and third reading. In order for me to make my point, I'm going to do what the Premier should have done. Because I'm not sure that people understand the gravity of this piece of legislation. And it has become kind of a... Premier, are you sure you don't want to do this? Premier, do this. You're going to debate this bill? Premier, read the objects and reason. Introduce the bill properly for the second and third reading. You do it.
Honorable members, the floor is open for debate. I have stated that the Premier have already given the objects and reason of this bill, and the floor is open for debate. The bill has been seconded.
When did he do that?
I'm sorry?
When did he read the objects and reasons?
Well, I'm sure all members were present and didn't leave the chambers while he was doing that.
Premier, you read the objects and reasons? Premier, did you read the objects and reasons? These here?
More or less. I do it all the time. I mean, if you want to do it fully.
Yeah, let me see if I could.
I'm
let me see if I could do it. It says this bill seeks to repeal and replace the Police Act Cap 165. That's exactly what I thought. Nothing this size. Nothing this size could be an amendment. The bill seeks to repeal and replace the Police Act Cap 165. And we're talking about a law that's going to govern our police, the way they behave, their operation. How old is that? How old is the current act, AG? How old is the current act? We haven't had an amendment, not an amendment, we haven't repealed that since I'm here.
Attorney General.
It has gotten some amendments.
No, repealed.
No, it has not been repealed, but it has gotten some amendments.
So, Mr. Speaker, for all intents and purposes, the current Police Act might be 30 years, 40 years maybe. Who knows? And that's the legislation under which the police department has been performing. Now, what we're doing now, we're going to repeal and replace that. It is imperative that we know exactly, Mr. Speaker, what this replacement is. Not just us, Mr. Speaker, but the public. The public should have a say in what this bill is going to be. It says, Part 1 of the bill contains Clause 1 and 2, which are preliminary provisions. Clause 1 provides the short title, and Clause 2 sets out the definition of various terms used in the legislation. Part 2 of the bill contains Clause 3 to 19, deals with the constitution and administration of the police services. It also deals with appointments, enlistments, services, and discharge of members of the service. Clause 3 provides for the constitution of the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force and changes the name of the force, the Royal Virgin Islands Police Service. What difference does it make? It's still so royal. Let me just see if I am understanding this right. Big deal. You're repealing and replacing something that's 40 years old or more, and this is the change that you're making. It says, Part 2 of the bill contains Clause 3 to 19 and deals with the constitution and administration of the police service. It also deals with appointments, enlistments, services, and discharge of members of the service. Clause 3 provides for the continuation of the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force and changes the name of the force to the Royal Virgin Islands Police Service. That is significant. We need to make note of that because I want to know what's the difference between service and force. So somewhere along the line, it will be telling us that. Clause 4 sets out the constitution of the service to consist of a commissioner of police and such other ranks as may be prescribed by the governor. That is something that the new constitution of the Virgin Islands should be vigorous in addressing. Clause 5 provides that the functions of the service shall be the maintenance and enforcement of law and order, except for traffic laws, I guess, the preservation of peace, the protection of property, the prevention and detection of crime, and the apprehension of offenders. Clause 6 provides for the general powers of the Commissioner, which include, among other things, the power to make standing orders, rules of practice and procedure, appointment and promotion of, and generally to commend, superintendent, and direct the service. Clause 7 provides for the administration of the service which is vested in the Commissioner. Clause 8 provides that members of the service shall wear such uniform as the governor may direct, and any such uniform and any arms or accoutrements supplied therein or therewith shall remain the property of the Crown, and that a person not being a member of the service who has in his or her possession an article issued to a member of the service under this section may be arrested without warrant by any member of the service. It is funny, Mr. Speaker, and it is nice. The governor may direct and any such uniform and any arms. Check, Mr. Speaker. I hope that we, in this Honorable House, address that issue of arming the police. Clause 9 provides that a police officer ceasing to be a member of the service shall forthwith deliver up all arms, equipment, uniform, and other appointments which have been supplied to him or her under this Act, which are the property of the Crown, and failure to do so is an offense. I don't think you had to put that in law. Clause 10 provides for the appointment of police officers, whilst Clause 11 provides for appointment of, on contract of officers recruited from outside the territory. Clause 12 speaks to the qualifications and appointment of the service, while Clause 13 makes it a requirement to undergo a medical examination for appointment to the service. Clause 14 deals with the making of a declaration and other requirements upon enlistment. It requires every police officer on or before entering the service to make a declaration on oath or affirmation in relation to any previous service he or she has had in any of Her Majesty's forces or any other police force. It further provides that it is an offense for a police officer to make a false statement in replying to any question asked of him or her to which the declaration refers. Clause 15 deals with the provision of a certificate of appointment in the form of the identity card. Clause 16 establishes that a police officer is bound to serve at any place to which he or she is ordered to do so by a senior officer. Clause 17 prohibits a police officer from engaging in other employment without the express written authority of the commissioner. Police officers are also prohibited from engaging in political activities. I don't know what that means. Termination of service is dealt with in Clause 18 and 19. Clause 18 provides for termination by way of resignation, and Clause 19 by way of discharge. Part 3 of the bill contains Clause 20 to 75 and deals with the powers, duties, and privileges of police officers. Clause 20 provides for the general powers and duties of a police officer, including the execution of orders and warrants, preventing the commission of offenses, suppressing public nuisances, and detecting and apprehending offenders. Clause 21 empowers a police officer to lay and exhibit complaints. Clause 22 provides that police officers are not personally liable for acts done under a warrant. Really? Once they go in your house under a warrant, they could plant anything and they're not liable for it. Clause 23, 24, and 25 empowers a police officer to inspect licenses and permits, keep order in public places, including the regulation of traffic, and to require the names and addresses of persons so acts to be provided. Provision is also made to create an offense where a person disobeys a law, a lawful order given by a police officer. Clause 26, 35 deals with the powers and duties of police officers in relation to identification evidence. Police officers are given the power to take for use and record in the services, registry and photograph, description, measurements, fingerprint, palm print, footprint, or other physical specimen of any person in lawful custody. Police officers are given the power to take for use and record in the services registry any photograph, description, measurement, fingerprint, palm print, footprint, or other physical specimens of any person in lawful custody. There's got to be a constitutional breach right there somewhere. Provision is made to permit taking off, elimination, identification evidence from persons present at a crime scene. Procedures are established for the taking of identification evidence, which includes the requirements of consent to be given in most cases. Provision is also made for the use of any evidence taken by a police officer and for the destruction of that evidence. Clause 36 to 53 deals with the power and duties of the police officers in relation to search and seizure. A police officer has the power to stop and search persons or vehicles and their contents where he or she has reasonable grounds for suspecting that an offense has been committed. There is a duty to make record concerning searches. The bill provides for safeguards in relation to the execution of search warrants, as well as stipulates special provisions for the issue of search warrants by a justice of the peace in particular cases. Provisions are also made for access to certain types of material. The power to erect road barriers, make road checks, impose curfews and cordons, stop, search, and arrest persons during a cordon or curfew, break and enter premises in case of fire, and are also provided. A police officer has the power to seize items found during a search where he or she has reasonable grounds to believe that they were used in the commission of an offense, and where an item is computerized. And where an item is computerized information, he or she may seize the computer or have access to and be afforded the opportunity to copy that material. There is also provision made for the retention of any material seized. Mr. Speaker, the term police state is getting true meaning through clauses like that, Mr. Speaker. Clause 55 to 75 deals with the power and duties of police officers in relation to detention and arrest. A police officer is given the power, with or without a warrant, where he or she has reasonable grounds for suspecting the commission of an arrestable offense, to detain a suspect. A police officer has the power to enter premises for the purposes of arrest. Provision is made for the giving to the person arrested of information such as he or she is under arrest and the nature of the offense for which he or she is arrested. An arrested person has the right to have someone informed upon his or her arrest and access to legal advice. Provision is made for the detention of persons arrested without a warrant and arrest by private citizens. Arrangements are outlined for the appointment of custody officers and their responsibility in relation to detaining persons, including searches and examination of detained persons and the tape or visual recording of interviews. Part 4 of the bill contains clause 76 to 87 and deals with the powers of the police in relation to bail, and provision is made for rebailing. Provision is related to failure to answer bail and also included. Mr. Speaker, I had to read this part again. It says part 4 of the bill contains clause 76 to 87 and deals with the power of the police in relation to bail, and provisions is made for rebailing. Provision in relation to failure to answer bail are also included. Mr. Speaker, this is the famous clause that the police use, I guess, when they wait until 5:30 on a Friday afternoon to arrest you, and then you can't get bail until Monday morning. And those kind of arrests, Mr. Speaker, are reserved for certain people. And the police officer can give you bail. Again, reserved for certain people. Those are the kind of things that in this bill, Mr. Speaker, must be addressed. Part 5 of the bill contains Clause 88 to 92 and deals with the use of police dogs. Part 6 of the bill contains Clause 93 to 102 and deals with police property. Clause 93, 94, and 95 outlines the definition of police property and stipulate the manner in which perishable property and court exhibit are to be handled. Clauses 96, 97, and 98 deal with lost property recorded by the police. Provision is made for restoration upon satisfactory proof of ownership or when it remains unclaimed for its subsequent sale by auction. Clause 99 and 100 make provision for sale by auction and the bar to any claim of any property sold by auction. Clause 101 and 102 provide for the continuation of the police welfare fund. Make a note of that. The police welfare fund, its custody and application, as well as making it permissible to accept voluntary contributions to the fund. Part 7 contains Clause 103 to 117 and makes provisions with regards to discipline of members of the service. Clause 103 and 104 makes provision for the suspension and interdiction of police officers. Clause 105 defines a serious offense by a police officer and specifies the penalty therefor. Clause 106 provides for offenses against discipline. Clause 107 makes provision for the arrest of a police officer alleged to have committed an offense against discipline. Clause 108 provides for the trial and punishment of police officers other than of the rank of commissioner. we got to check this one out, Mr. Speaker. Other than for the rank of commissioner, deputy commissioner, and assistant commissioner for offenses against discipline. Clause 109 provides for the discipline of police officers of the rank of commissioner, deputy commissioner, and assistant commissioner for offenses against discipline. So let me get this straight, Mr. Speaker. Clause 108 provides for the trial and punishment of police officers other than the rank of commissioner, deputy commissioner, and assistant commissioner for offenses against discipline. Get this one clear. It provides for the trial and punishment of police officers other than the rank of commissioner, deputy commissioner, and assistant commissioner for offenses against discipline. Clause 109 provides for the discipline of police officers of the rank of commissioner, deputy commissioner, and assistant commissioner for offenses against discipline. So if you're below the rank of commissioner, assistant commissioner, and deputy commissioner, you get tried and punished. But if you're commissioner, deputy commissioner, and assistant commissioner, what they do, provide for discipline, just discipline. You don't get tried. It's just discipline. Clause 100 makes provision for appeals. Clause 111 provides for the power to summon witnesses. Clause 112 sets out the procedure in cases of grave or repeated offenses. Clause 113 makes provision for the discharge or reduction of rank of police officers convicted by a court, charge or reduction of rank of a police officer convicted by a court, unless he was convicted by a court for for speeding. There should be no reduction of rank. They should be fired. Convicted by a court. It's a police officer you're talking about. Clause 114 provides for the admonishment and reprimand of a police officer for minor misconduct. Clause 115 provides for fines to be recoverable by stoppage of pay. Clause 116 makes provisions for the cost of lost or damaged arms or equipment supplied to a police officer to be made good by stoppage of pay. Clause 117 provides that no pay is to accrue where a police officer is absent without leave or in prison. Clause 117 provides that no pay is to accrue where a police officer is absent without leave or is in prison. So you tell me that if he goes to prison, he come back to work? We're not holding police officers to a different standard, which we should be holding them to a different standard. If he goes to prison, he shouldn't be coming back to work. I hope I'm not reading this right, Mr. Speaker. And any police officer would agree with me when he hear me say that. You go to jail, that's it, baby. School closed. I'm reading it wrong? I hope what I'm reading is wrong. Now I could see why you didn't want to do the updates and reasons, Mrs. You were too embarrassed for us to see what you agreed to in cabinet. Part 9 of the bill contains clause 121 to 142 and makes provisions generally for financial matters, including allowances payable to police officers. The retirement pension and gratuities payable to police officers. Now, people have to understand, Mr. Speaker, when I say if a police officer goes to jail, he shouldn't be looking to come back to his job. That job is over. There are certain privileges that police officers get that average citizens don't get. And I appreciate that, and I agree with it. We start talking about pensions and all this. If the general public was to know that all police officers are entitled to certain benefits that they're not entitled to, we might have to make an argument for it. And I would support it, Mr. Speaker. I do. I always do. When it comes to medical treatment and all the rest of it, police officers, they are exempt from that. They get paid, that's taken care of out of hand, over and above what the average citizen gets, or any public officer gets. Part 11 of the bill contains clause 148 to 166 and deals with the continuation of the auxiliary services, its general functions, and remuneration of that service. This part also deals with the composition and administration of the special constables. The commissioner shall have command, superintendents, and directors of the special constables. Part 12 of the bill contains clause 164 to 194, 167 to 194, and deals with miscellaneous provisions. By clause 167, the governor may issue codes of practice in connection with the detection, treatment, and questioning of persons by members of the service, and the codes shall be subject to a negative resolution of the House of Assembly. By Clause 168, every police station and police post shall be a place of detention for temporary confinement of persons charged with offenses, and those persons may be received and detained according to law. Provisions is made for the appointment of a medical board, its powers to examine, when appropriate, a police officer to make determination as to whether that officer can be discharged on medical grounds. Clause 174 makes provisions for special police services and the fees chargeable thereof, therefore. Clause 177 makes it an offense to assault a police officer, while Clause 177 makes it an offense to make a false report of commission of an offense. Clause 185 provides immunity for police officers acting under the authority of a warrant. Clause 192 gives the governor power to make regulations for the good order and governance of the service, while Clause 193 and 194 deals with the repeal of the Police Act Cap 165 and saving provisions, respectively. Mr. Speaker, this particular paragraph has in it some very troubling issues. Clause 185 provides immunity for police officers acting under the authority of a warrant. Really? Really? Absolute immunity, Mr. Speaker? I have to find out. You see, that is something that I have to find out what it really means. What does immunity mean here in this particular clause? The vilest offender, Mr. Speaker, until proven guilty in a court of law, has rights. And a police officer cannot have absolute total immunity acting under a warrant. Go into a person's house and do whatever they want, and they say that they're acting on a warrant and they have immunity. It's different from telling a member of the House of Assembly that he has immunity in here, because all he could do is use words. And he's doing it in broad daylight, where everyone can see him. And Mr. Speaker, Clause 192 gives the governor power to make regulations for the good order and governance of the service. Isn't that our duty, Mr. Speaker? To make these regulations for the good order and good order and governance of the service, Mr. Speaker? Isn't that our responsibility? The governor? I know he's the head of the force, Mr. Speaker. I know they report to him as the person responsible for security. But the laws that they should be following should be coming from us. The bill has 4 schedules as follows. Schedule 1 contains the forms to be used in relation to the fingerprinting of police officers. Schedule 2 contains the oath or affirmation required to be taken by a police officer, as well as the identity card that he or she shall receive on appointment. Schedule 3 contains the forms to be used in relation to identification evidence. Schedule 4 provides for the special procedure in relation to access of excluded material and items allegedly subjected to legal privilege. See the stop, Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, if anyone was listening to me when I was reading the objects and reasons, Mr. Speaker, which may not have been the case, but if anyone was listening to me, they would agree with me, Mr. Speaker, when I said that this particular document is intense and it has a lot of weight, Mr. Speaker. It's a document that is intended to repeal and replace the current Police Act, which 99.9% of us in the BVI don't know what's in it, what is in it. That 99.9%, Mr. Speaker, has a grand opportunity now to shape the laws that governs the police of this territory. They have a grand opportunity. Like I said, the current bill, the current act is probably 30, 40 years old. Had no opportunity whatsoever to shape that. You got a chance now to do that. And that's why I'm suggesting very strong to the Premier that the direction that this bill is taking right now, the form it's taken on, that he redirect it to a form of public consultation. This bill belongs in the public domain for consultation in order that people can voice their opinion, offer their suggestion, and like all good governments do, listen to the people, take advice. Mr. Speaker, I know the Premier has an agenda because I listened to him earlier talking about how many pieces of legislation came through the House and how many were passed in June. And I think that he knows full well that the race is not won by the swift, Mr. Speaker. You'll get your legislation. You don't have to pass them all in the first 3 months of the year, Mr. Speaker. You've done some serious pieces of legislation so far already for the year. We're not talking about a bill for dog catching bill. We're not talking about a bill for cleaning up seaweed off the beach. We're not talking about nothing light, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about some heavy bills that came through here. One dealing with the legalization of medical marijuana. We're talking about a bill dealing with legalizing forms of gambling. Those are heavy and were long-standing controversial matters in the territory, and the Premier sought to bring them through the House in the month of June. Now, you're coupling it with this, Mr. Speaker, or tripling or quadrupling it with this, which I think that the opportunity now exists for it to, for him to do what the public expects of him. Mr. Speaker, a lot of things happen. We have a situation where the governor, between the governor and the commissioner of police, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to law enforcement in this territory, they are the two people who are responsible in large measures for law enforcement in the territory, the Commissioner of Police and the Governor. And the reason I said they are the two is because, yes, the Commissioner of Police is responsible for the police department, but they all answer to the governor. And you would notice that both the governor and the police commissioner is in the National Security Council. But there are specific responsibilities that are constitutionally the responsibility of the governor. And like everything else, the governor has the constitutional right to delegate those responsibilities. He has sought to delegate a substantial amount of his powers to the Commissioner of Police. It's never been the case before. It all depends on who the Commissioner of Police is. This Commissioner of Police, Mr. Speaker, has powers that no other police commissioner has had. And if any other commissioner of police ever had it, it was only one commissioner ahead of him, or maybe two. And Mr. Speaker, the power that the police commissioner has through delegation are greater than the power that the governor himself had. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the governor had to consult with the Police Service Commission on matters of appointment. He had to. In other words, the Police Service Commission make a recommendation to the governor for an appointment, and the governor failed to appoint that individual for whatever reason, and he went back for someone else. He decided to appoint someone else. He had to make a reference. He had to refer it back to the Police Service Commission. That's the Constitution. He had to do that. However, Mr. Speaker, if he delegates that responsibility to the Commissioner of Police, no further consultation is necessary. The Constitution has a flaw in it that needs to be addressed. No one went back to address that flaw in the Constitution. So when we're talking about the Police Act, Mr. Speaker, this bill, coupled with the Constitution, for policing in this territory, Mr. Speaker, it has to be carefully reviewed, and we have to make sure that we cross all the T's and dot the I's. Because like I said, the bill that governs the police right now is probably 30, 40 years old. And this one will be no different. It will be 30, 40 years before somebody else bring another bill back to this House to say that they're going to repeal and replace. So I am, you know, Mr. Speaker, we have all policing is governed by some old colonial rules, where you take the guy up sitting on the side of the road with his friends. Just came back from the barber. You know how he looks after he just came up from the barber, nice and fresh. Pick him up 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When you see him the following morning, you can't recognize him, how to beat the living devil out of him. And those are acceptable police practices in this territory to this day, Mr. Speaker, where a police officer can beat the living devil out of an individual once he's apprehended. And it doesn't seem to bother anybody because that's the way we were brought up. That's our culture, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't seem to bother anyone. But we have to address that kind of behavior in the legislation, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that under no uncertain terms, those kind of things should ever happen, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I'm so particular about public consultation for this matter. When it comes to the police, as the Premier said in this short introduction, we have no army. They are our army. These are the people that we depend upon for our security. Police officers, don't worry what people say about you. We rely upon you for our security, and they rely upon you for their security. People complain and bawl every time they hear me say that we need to arm the police officers and give them guns. People complain and they bawl. But that's what you need in order for you to do your job. They give you a little stick, and they're going to call you 3 o'clock in the morning when they hear a noise outside, or a gunshot. They give you a little stick and they're going to call you. And when you don't come, they complain. You drive up and down the street all night, you don't see a police officer, and you complain, but you don't give him any vehicles to drive. Our duty, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that the police officer is well equipped. And they should not be for want. No police officer should be disgruntled. You make sure that they're satisfied if you want them to satisfy you, Mr. Speaker. I have one question for the police commissioner. Are you short-staffed? Does the police commissioner have a staffing issue? Do we have enough police officers in the territory? That's my question to the police commissioner. And if his answer is yes, my question again now becomes why? Why would you be having a deficit of police officers in this country? There's absolutely, totally no excuse, Mr. Speaker, for that. So when you call a police officer, the commissioner, and tell them that you need some kind of police presence in a particular area, and you hear them talking about shortage of manpower, that is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. I don't know that we have a resource problem as far as finances is concerned in this country. We can't protect ourselves and provide the proper security that we need. Again, you can't blame the Premier or Minister of Finance, because a previous governor has shown where he can go into the consolidated fund and take money when he thinks he needs it for that very purpose. I am hearing now that you got civilians directing traffic. The only reason you could have a civilian directing traffic is because you don't have a police to do it. Explain this to me. I want to know the answer. Where are the police officers who are supposed to be doing this job? Where are they? You're telling me you're short-staffed. If you're short-staffed, I want to know why. And Minister, I've been the Minister for Communication and Works. I know what it's like. You got guys running up and down the street, in and out of traffic, no helmets. Where's the police officer? You got people driving trucks. Every time you hear them, they shift 10 gears in 10 feet, terrorizing the neighborhood. Where are the police officers? I know when we had a police officer here named Sylvester on a motorcycle. He was a nuisance to me because I was driving, but he was doing his job, he was doing it right. And the only reason police officers are not doing what they're supposed to be doing is because they're ill-equipped, understaffed. You got people driving vehicles, Mr. Speaker, compromising the noise reduction system, the exhaust, and all that stuff. This shouldn't be. So we move to the next level. While all this is going on the ground level, we move to the next level. It's a little more than 10 years ago. I think that it had become a popular toy for the police officers when they got these speed guns. And they used to be on the road with them. Right out here, Slaney. Pass here, you block the road off from going over the hill, and you pass down here, and you got a police officer telling the other one who to pull over because he clocked the guy making more than the speed limit, legal speed limit. one down in Cox Heath. We have to get back to law and order, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to fix it totally within the covers of this document, but we can make a start, a serious start here, Mr. Speaker. Making sure that police officers feel comfortable patrolling our streets. And part of feeling comfortable patrolling the street, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that you're well equipped. One person said to me that they're not in favor of police officers bearing arms. Why? Because if the police officers get arms, then the criminals don't get arms. Oh, really? I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that when someone tells you that they don't like something, it's got to be that it's affecting them somewhere, in some way, shape, or form. Mr. Minister, again, when you're driving at night and these trucks come along with these flashing lights, it intimidates people. That should be illegal, Mr. Speaker. I saw it in Florida. I said, no flashing lights. If it's in our law, it has to be enforced. And these trucks, they come up on people, and with these flashing lights, and when you look and you see what it is, a garbage truck. I mean, what emergency could garbage have that you need to be flashing lights? All it is to be intimidating people, that's all it is. These are the kind of things that the police officers, and if you see this happening and you say it's in the law, if you see this happening, you must get upset with a police officer. They are there to protect the citizens of the territory. Not property, the citizens. Security officers take care of property. I see a clause in here that says that police, in this object and reason, says that police officers are not supposed to take on jobs without the permission of the commissioner. The only reason a police officer must take on an additional job is because he's underpaid. Compensate them right, and if he's to do overtime, let him do it on the job. Pay them right. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to make my contribution by saying that I support the police officers of this territory today. I supported them yesterday, and I'll continue to support them. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you got some good cops, a lot of good cops. 99.9% might, for all intents and purposes, could be good cops. I saw, Mr. Speaker, where some road construction was going on up here in the hill some weeks ago. And they poured the concrete on the road, and a scooter rider went and he ran his bike in the wet concrete. Now, Mr. Speaker, the first thing that comes to mind is that these so-and-so scooter riders, but it was only one guy who did. And it condemns everyone, which is not right, but that's what happens in real life. Same thing would happen on the police force. You had a bad experience with a police officer, you blame every police officer. That is not right. But you would have situations like that. Our duty, Mr. Speaker, is to see how best we can ensure that these things are eliminated. And usually these things exist because of the way people are treated. And this bill, in going through this bill, we can go a long way in ensuring that some of these things, or most, if not all of them, are eliminated, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll close by reiterating my support for the police department and police officers, and requesting that the Premier take the opportunity to delay the passage of this bill beyond today or tomorrow into whatever time it's going to take to do some public consultation. I mean, the public is already crying that they haven't had that opportunity for other things. Mr. Speaker, we have a powerful weapon at our disposal that we have never used, which is called a referendum legislation. We have never used it. I'm far from suggesting that this bill meets that threshold. But I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that these are the kind of things that we've got at our disposal that we're not using. And it's going to be very difficult, Premier, for us to be seeking advancements beyond where we are if we have certain tools that we're not utilizing. You know, I see this is nothing new. In Bermuda, they got a Minister of Defense, and it's the only colony, it's not colony, but overseas territory that has this beautiful arrangement with a governor with governors who have been advanced to the point where they see empowering the legislature and its members as a good thing for the territory. Our governor has the constitutional right to delegate the police department to a minister. He has a constitutional right to delegate the civil service to a minister. Now the question I have is, if this right exists and it hasn't been exercised, Mr. Speaker, why not? What are we going to be looking for next? Is it our fault that we haven't matured to the point where we can be trusted with these kind of responsibilities, Mr. Speaker? I really don't know if we're moving or we're just standing still. Are we only concentrating on the things that we can see? Those are significant milestones, Mr. Speaker, in the development of any country. They're not symbolic. They're not just symbolic. Those are milestones that are significant. And we must strive, Mr. Speaker, to attain these goals. So I would just assume, Mr. Speaker, if it's the governor pushing this piece of legislation, I would just assume, Mr. Speaker, that, listen, there are other things that are more important to us. There are other things. I don't want to be just a student in your school. I want to be the principal of your school. And someday, if it's a private school, I want to own the school. I know you got, your school is highly reputable, Mr. Speaker, and it's good for my child to go to that school. But I'm telling you now that one day I want to own the school. I'm not going to keep just sending kids to school. So those goals, Mr. Speaker, are the goals that we have to seek to attain. And until the day comes when we attain those goals, we're paddling against the tide. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say this. The last time we brought a bill here changing the name of a service, far as I understand, that bill is still with the governor for assent. And that wasn't yesterday. That's that's another House of Assembly did that. So I hope that he agrees with this. Y'all didn't have a fight down cabinet about it, and that you're changing it from, was it from police to service? Force to service. I hope that this is his idea, else we'll just be here wasting our time with a bill that will never see the light of day, like some of the others. There's another one down there, Mr. Speaker, where we made a law that people cannot just change the name of places. And that bill hasn't seen the light of day. AG, Mr. Speaker, I'm making a request that the AG would present us with all the bills that are sitting down at the governor's waiting for assent. Because the exercise that we go through here is not one in futility, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure that you know that we don't exercise in futility here. We conducting the people's business, and people expect that when we do something, it comes to fruition. So I just hope that this isn't the case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House for his contributions to the bill. We're going to have just one more speaker before we break for lunch. So I hope that'll be encouraging to be short. The floor remains open. I recognize the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Considering we're breaking for lunch, I thought it was important for me to say a few things inspired by the member for the 3rd District, Mr. Speaker. And I thank him for his contribution. He obviously recognizes that this is a weighty bill. It is an extremely weighty bill and deserves a proper process. And I want to assure him, Mr. Speaker, that the government side agrees with him. I am a member of the executive, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly would not disclose any deliberations in cabinet because they are confidential and I would be speaking out of turn, Mr. Speaker. But just to say, nobody should expect, Mr. Speaker, that this police act was a rubber stamp in cabinet. In fact, I note with interest, Mr. Speaker, that this bill was developed, I believe it must have been in 2015 or so. So it's something that has been around for a long time. And it has not passed through the House of Assembly and it to be voted on, Mr. Speaker. And it is something that we have to deal with. It's been around for some time. The member spoke about the fact that it has not been updated in many, many years. But it's something that we have to deal with. As a member of the executive, Mr. Speaker, nobody should expect that this act just passed through easily to get to the House of Assembly. It did not, Mr. Speaker. And now that it is here, Mr. Speaker, I take my role as a member of the legislature very seriously. And the Honorable Deputy Speaker got up and attempted to suggest, or move a motion, I should say, that this bill go into a special committee. And I want to reiterate that call, Mr. Speaker, because a bill such as this requires special attention. And I will unite with the member for the third and agree with the member of the third that this bill requires public consultation. I'll also say, in speaking about the need for public consultation and going through a thorough and proper democratic process, that this government under the leadership of our Honorable Premier, Honorable Andrew A. Foy, is a productive government. And yes, in June, we passed record number of legislation. And it is something to be proud of, Mr. Speaker. But it must also be said, Mr. Speaker, that this government, since getting into office, has consulted heavily on heavy topics. We have gone to the public, we've had public meetings, we have online meetings. I haven't seen this level of public consultation yet. Perhaps it existed before I was alive. But we should also say that this government, Mr. Speaker, has been very responsive to the need of the public for education and for participation in the legislative process, Mr. Speaker. So yes, I urge the mover of the bill, and I know that he'll agree, that we need to have some public consultations on this bill. Because, Mr. Speaker, as the member of the third said, this completely overhauls the legislation that was here before. And there is a need to modernize the legislation of the police force, because these days we are dealing with things that the old legislation did not take into account because a lot of it did not exist. Things like how you deal with DNA, how you deal with data on a computer. Certainly, of course, there needs to be some changes for the smooth administration of the police force. But this bill deals with so many different things that potentially could have an impact on our society. Mr. Speaker, it is important to have a balance between the powers of the police and the rights of civilians. It is absolutely necessary. And if the police give you a bill, certainly the bill will weigh heavily on the side of the powers of the police. So it behooves us as legislators and representatives of people to ensure that the civil liberties of persons are protected. Mr. Speaker, I went to school in the United States of America. I did my bachelor's degree in Atlanta, Georgia. And as I have described before, I had run-ins with the police. I had a number, not all of them I've described in detail. I had a number of run-ins with the police, and persons have been paying attention to the protests which have been taking place in the United States and the Black Lives Matter movement. And this latest revigoration of the Black Lives movement was as a result of the callous murder of George Floyd, Mr. Speaker. But for a very long time, persons in the United States of America, and I should add the United Kingdom and other places in the world, I went to school also in the United Kingdom and had run-ins with the police, that persons have been having their rights abused for some time by the police. And it's not nice, Mr. Speaker, to live in a society where you have to have a fear of those who have been commissioned to protect and serve. Now, by no means, Mr. Speaker, am I equating our police force here with what's taking place in the United States of America and other places right now. But I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we do not allow our police force to get to that place. When I was about, it had to be 16 or 17 years old, Mr. Speaker, I was walking home. I was actually walking from youth fellowship, Road Town Baptist Church, when it was right there on Main Street. I was walking home, and a Jeep pulled up beside me quite quickly, and somebody jumped out of the vehicle and pointed a machine gun at my head, Mr. Speaker, and told me to lie down on the ground. I was about 16 or 17 years old. I can't remember which one, Mr. Speaker. I graduated from high school already, but I had not yet gone to college. I went to college at 17 years old. So sometime between graduating from Elmo Stout, or the then BVI High School, and going to university in Atlanta, I had this experience. And I was simply told, Mr. Speaker, well, you match the description. Well, I'm not sure what kind of description that is. I know in America what that means. It means that you're black. But everybody here, Mr. Speaker, the great majority of the population here is black. I was a bit tall, I guess. I'm about 6'2", 6'2 and a half. So I'm not sure quite what that means that I matched the description, Mr. Speaker. But I was taken to Road Town Police Station. I was made to answer lots of questions, and after a while, they released me. They didn't even drop me back to where they picked me up from. I had to continue my journey home, Mr. Speaker. Things like that are concerning. And I had that experience, and I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, many others in the society have had experiences similar to that. Now, we are a small territory, and these type of things perhaps you wouldn't necessarily see in the headlines, or perhaps big protests and movements as a result of such type of behavior. We haven't had very much high-profile incidents of that nature, Mr. Speaker. But I have noted with interest some occurrences during the lockdown period. persons being tased and etc. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, it's something that we have to keep an eye on and be diligent about. We have to pay attention to it to ensure we do not allow an element to creep into our society, which we identify as police brutality, police misconduct. And yes, Mr. Speaker, it is important for the police to have a certain amount of power because, of course, when they want to investigate, when they need to detain, when they need to search, the powers they have may be the difference between getting a conviction for a crime which has been committed. So it is important that the police force has the necessary powers to be able to do their job. We don't want to unduly handicap the police and tie their hands from being able to secure convictions necessary to protect the public. But, Mr. Speaker, if we don't have the balance on the other hand, we will end up with some other types of problems. And it is absolutely important that we have persons, especially persons who, civil groups. I'm not sure if we have any civil groups of that nature on island who are experienced in defending persons against the state. Certainly, in places like United States of America, you have civil rights lawyers and persons like that. But persons, of course, you have persons who have who defend persons, defense lawyers. They are paid to do what they do. But maybe some of them, Mr. Speaker, will recognize that they have a responsibility to be able to participate in such public consultations and to examine thoroughly this legislation to ensure that the required balance is there. So, Mr. Speaker, it is necessary for us to form this special committee and to go through it clause by clause and take a look at every clause, the clauses that the member for the 3rd District made reference to, and other clauses there. This bill, as we have said, has been around for years and it has gone through a process. But there's another process that it has to go through, ensuring that the members of the public understand this bill thoroughly, that the members of the public understand the threats that this bill can pose, and also understand what's necessary in this bill to be able to protect the public interest and public safety, Mr. Speaker, and allow for an efficient running of a police force. So, Mr. Speaker, with that contribution, I certainly reiterate my support for moving this process along and engaging in the type of consultation that the member for the 3rd District described and that the Deputy Speaker was pushing for with his motion, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to debate on this bill, Police Act 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his contribution to the debate. At this time, honorable members, we'll take a lunch recess. We will resume the sitting at 3:30. 3:30. This House is now in recess.
Foy, turn off his mic.
This Honorable House resume its sitting. We will continue the debate. I recognize the opposition leader, member of the Eighth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a very brief contribution to the debate on the Police Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, as was already clearly outlined by the previous speakers and at length the objects and reasons, I think it's important for me to also lend my voice very briefly to the process, because a piece of legislation of this magnitude is important that it goes through a process where it's properly ventilated. And I support the move by, or the seeming move by the Premier to put this piece of legislation through a select committee of the entire House. And it's something that we here, that I seek to do when the bill got its first introduction. I think this bill has been here since this administration time already. It had its first reading on the 17th of October 2019. That was the seventh sitting, the first session of the seventh sitting. And at that time, we wrote to both, as an opposition, wrote to both the Commissioner of Police and the Honorable Attorney General to ensure that we got the opportunity to get clarification on the details and then on the intent of the legislation, because we understood that this piece of legislation has significant implications if implemented without proper ventilation and education as it relates to the public. So that was done, as we subsequently didn't have the meeting, and I also referred to the possibility that we still have, even though we go to a select committee, we still have the option, Premier, to do public consultation on this very important piece of legislation. So I support that move. I think it's something that we need to do, because I believe that we need to make sure that all legislations, especially the ones that have great impact and it will touch the lives of the public directly, requires more closer look, requires a more detailed assessment in terms of the clause. You heard a lot of the clause being read, and they have far-reaching implications. I mean, you're hearing that they fall into the scope of policing, but we have to be careful that we strike the right balance to ensure that the balance between good policing and ensure the rights of the citizenry is not infringed. And that is something that I believe that we will do once we're in the committee stage, in the select committee. I'm hopeful that we have a fruitful discussion and debate on this, and I also look forward to the public consultation side of it. I will continue to seek input AGN. I also reach out again to the Commissioner of Police to ensure that we get a sense of the intent. We could go through the details of the clause, get a sense of the intent and how they wish to apply, because there are certain aspects that are cause for concern in many quarters. And it's important for us to make sure that the public is comforted. They have a sense of comfort once this major overhaul is done, that they understand what their rights are as citizens, and the police and law enforcement understand what their roles are to uphold the laws of the land and good policing in this territory. So I support the move to move this piece of legislation to the select committee of the whole House. I also support the move for us to do additional public consultation on this legislation, as we should for all legislations, because it's important for the public, because many of the persons in the public don't listen to the House of Assembly all the time. And we had debates on several critical pieces of legislation, and you heard when you go out in the public, you hear a different perspective from what we have discussed in this Honorable House. So it says that we have to take a closer look in terms of how we engage the public on the legislative process. And I said this to the Honorable Minister for Health, specifically to the marijuana legislation in terms of the issue of spent sentences, the issue of what we're proposing for possession, simple possession. These are areas that are important enough that the people need to understand how it impacts their lives, how these things impact their daily lives. There's a lot of misinformation or misconception. So it's important for us to ensure that we clarify those things as legislators, all of us, even though there might be disagreements in the methodology. The ultimate goal as legislators, we all have to sit down in the process and ensure that we get the best piece of legislation for the territory. Even though the executive has their agenda, as a legislator, we have a right to scrutinize, to go through the entire process. And I will continue to uphold my duty and my role as a legislator to ensure that that occurs. So with those brief words, Mr. Speaker, I'm supportive of us having a more closer look of this piece of legislation, both in the select committee and as well doing the necessary public consultation to ensure that the public understands the impact of this legislation on their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is still open for debate. Seeing none, we'll call on the Honorable Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for such a short debate. And given that the member of the third only spoke for roughly 2 hours, I can call it short because usually he goes for days. So I want to thank everyone for that short debate. And Mr. Speaker, I read a statement earlier today that states that no man or no woman or no individual, no entity is an island unto themselves. And as the Premier of the Virgin Islands, I've listened to the debate from members on both sides, from the back bench to the front bench to the opposition side of the House, and they're all singing the same song from the same song sheet in the same key, in the same rhythm. Mr. Speaker, if we put it into musical terms even further, they're actually in a perfect harmony. Some soprano, alto, tenor, and bass. And all of them are singing in the same harmony, that they understand the importance of this bill that I brought to the House with the Police Act, Mr. Speaker. And from the back bench to the front bench to the opposition is stating clearly that we want to pass this Police Act, but we feel very strongly that there's going to that is going to ensure that they want to ensure that the public have more access to this. Mr. Speaker, unlike the other bills where we at least were able to do some public consultation, even if it was just in terms of making sure that we do it whether in a week or 2 weeks' time. Really and truly, we didn't get to do the public relations on this at all, not like all the other bills that we were able to do. And members have pointed that out, not even in terms of going on the different medias and trying to explain it to the people. And Mr. Speaker, we all know that the police do have our full support. I think that every individual that listened to the debate today would know that. And I do have to respect the views of the members of the House of Assembly, because I only have one vote. So, Mr. Speaker, I do respect them asking to speed up, but take our time to make sure that we get this right. Nearly all the members that spoke were loud and clear that they wanted to go into a select committee of the House and they want to have the public campaign to be ramped up, Mr. Speaker. So with having said that, Mr. Speaker, I know for sure that we want to make sure that the public is fully aware. So I would have to speak now, Mr. Speaker, with you and the Crown Office so that we can work together, so that we can make sure that we do ramp up or include, not only include, but include a ramped up public discourse of the new Police Act, Mr. Speaker, and also to make sure that we meet as a full body to go through it clause by clause, Mr. Speaker, because we believe in this government that we have to push ahead and make sure that the many legislations that have been spoken about for so many years move forward. So I know that our agenda as a government has been a little ambitious, and we're pushing ahead because we see the importance of trying to get our economy, law enforcement, and our health system, education system, all the systems to be more modernized and also to open for more opportunities so people of the Virgin Islands can improve their quality of life. And a lot of the things that we have done thus far, Mr. Speaker, really and truly may not take root until the next 3, 6 or months or even a year or more down the road. So we're trying to make sure that we plant seeds of success from now and just keep nurturing them. And that's what we've been doing in the legislations, with many more legislations to come that will help the lives of the people of the Virgin Islands to be better and not stay in this COVID-19 era where some of it is bitter. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank God that we have matured into a house that can disagree to agree and come together for one common cause. Especially members have raised in light of what has happened in America with the police force. They want to take a second and third eye on this to ensure that they are making the right decisions. So I do respect that. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to say thank you to all sides of the aisle for their contribution to the bill. And I will move, Mr. Speaker, now as I close off, that the Police Act 2019, Mr. Speaker, that the debate now, Mr. Speaker, be referred to, Mr. Speaker. So they wanted to be read the second and third time, Mr. Speaker, and then after that, I would move a motion, Mr. Speaker, after it's read the second, third time. So I move, Mr. Speaker, to have the Police Act 2019 be read a second and third time.
Second time.
Second time for the record.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion to have the act read a second time.
It has,
Read a second time.
second, it has been moved and second that the bill shall be entitled Police Act 2019 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call on the clerk.
This act may be cited as the Police Act 2019.
I call on the Premier.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move. Mr. Speaker, I want to move the motion right now. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, based on section, that's what I'm looking for. 1 minute, let me get my rules. Mr. Speaker, based on section 55(1) and 2, Mr. Speaker, as a reference for the legal actions that I will take now, I would like to now move the motion using those sections to have the bill entitled Police Act 2019 be committed to a select committee of the entire House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Pursuant to a motion is on the floor to put the bill, Police Act 2019, in a select committee to the whole House and public to the whole House. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I now call on the Minister of Natural Resources and Labor and Immigration to move a motion for the second and third reading of the bill entitled Trade in Endangered Species, cited Act 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to move for the second and third readings of the bill entitled Trade in Endangered Species, CITES Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, I move that a bill shortly entitled Trade in Endangered Species, CITES Act 2019 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I wish to give a little background into this, what I do, the objects and reasons of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom ratification of the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species and Wild Fauna and Flora, short entitled CITES, was extended to the British Virgin Islands in 1976. Each party to the convention is required to put in place local CITES-enabling legislation which must cover 4 basic requirements as set out in Resolution 8.4 of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention, namely, the designation of national CITES authorities, prohibition of trade in violation of the Convention, penalization of illegal trade, authorization to confiscate specimens illegally traded or possessed. Mr. Speaker, the CITES Secretariat categorizes legislation into 3 main categories as follows. 1. Category 1, legislation meets all requirements for implementing CITES. 2. Category 2, legislation meets some, but not all, of the requirements for implementing CITES. 3. Category 3, legislation does not meet any of the requirements for implementing CITES. The Endangered Animals and Plants Ordinance 1987, Cap 89, is currently used for CITES implementation in a territory, was assessed by the Secretariat and determined to be inadequate for CITES implementation, giving it a Category 2 status. Shortly thereafter, the Conservation and Fisheries Department began work with the Attorney General's chambers to modernize the territory's CITES enabling legislation. A framework for environmental management in the territory was proposed and drafted as the Environmental Management and Conservation of Biodiversity Bill and included some provisions to address local CITES implementation in the territory. In 2008, Mr. Speaker, an excerpt of the working draft of this bill was submitted to the CITES Secretariat for review by way of the UK CITES Management Authority, the Department of Food and Rural Affairs. In their review and assessment of the extract of the working draft, the CITES Secretariat concluded that none of the 4 minimum categories for CITES implementation legislation appeared to have been met. In 2012, the ministry therefore took the decision to draft standalone legislation to address CITES, as had been commenced by the Conservation and Fisheries Department in the late 1990s. The Attorney General's Chambers developed the first draft, which was subsequently submitted to DEFRA, UK, for their initial review before forwarding to the CITES Secretariat. DEFRA, UK, returned their first draft to the Ministry, flagging some issues that they had identified for clarification by the Ministry. Upon further review of this initial draft, the Ministry decided to make further amendments to the draft and carry out consultations with a wider audience. The initial deadline, Mr. Speaker, was June to July 2015, and later extended to January 2016. This legislation is particularly important, among other things, Mr. Speaker, because it A, fulfills our obligation as members of CITES by ascension from the UK. B, will enact a licensing system to authorize all import, export, re-export, and introduction from the sea of species covered by the Convention. C, will designate one or more management authorities, in our case, Ministry of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, to be in charge of administering the licensing system and to advise on the effects of trade on the status of species. D, clearly list the activities that are prohibited and specify that the breach of any prohibition constitutes an offense with related fines. Levels of exploitation of some animal and plant species are high, Mr. Speaker, and the trade in them, together with other factors such as habitat loss, is capable of heavily depleting their population and even bringing some species close to extinction. Widespread information nowadays about the endangered status of many prominent species, such as queen conch or Anegada rock iguana, certainly points to the importance or need for such legislation. Mr. Speaker, it is critical that we do everything to safeguard these resources for the future. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to repeal and replace the Endangered Animals and Plant Ordinance, Cap 89, which has been in existence since 1987 and has been assessed by the CITES Secretariat as being ineffective for the purposes of the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, referred to in this Act as CITES. CITES regulates trade in the species listed in Schedule 1, including parts and products of such species, by requiring permits for trade. Species are listed according to 3 levels of protection, that is, species presently threatened with extinction, species not necessarily threatened with extinction, but in which trade must be controlled in order to avoid a threat of extinction, and finally, species that are protected by at least one country which has asked other CITES parties for assistance in controlling their trade. The bill consists of 10 parts and 3 schedules. Part 1, clauses 1 to 4, will provide for preliminary matters. Clause 3 will provide for the Act to bind the Crown, and Clause 4 will provide for the application of the Act. Part 2, clauses 5 and 6, will provide for the administration of the Act. Clauses 5 and 6 will provide for the establishment of a management authority and scientific authorities. By Clause 5, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Labor, represented by the Permanent Secretary, will be designated as the management authority for the territory. As a management authority, the Ministry will be responsible for granting permits and certificates in accordance with the provisions of this Act and CITES, maintaining records of international trade in species in accordance with the Act, consulting with the scientific authorities on various matters, including establishment of rescue centers for seized and confiscated living species and raising awareness, providing training, etc., related to CITES. By Clause 6, the Conservation and Fisheries Department and the National Parks Trust will be designated as a scientific authorities for the territory. The functions of the scientific authorities would include advising the management authority on various matters, including whether or not a proposed import or export of a specimen or species listed in Schedule 1 will be detrimental to the survival of the species involved, on the disposal of confiscated or forfeited specimens. Part 3, which comprises clauses 7 through 12, would provide the issuance of permits and certificates. By Clause 7, trade in or possession of any species listed in Schedule 1 is prohibited unless a person holds the appropriate permit or certificate. Clause 8 to 11 would provide for the manner of applying for the required permit or certificate, the validity of permit or certificate, as well as the powers of the management authority with respect to the granting, refusal, cancellation, revocation, and modification permits or certificate. Part 4, which comprises clauses 13 through 21, would set out the conditions for the issue of permits and certificates. Clauses 13 to 18 would provide for the conditions of import, export, re-export, and introduction from the sea of the species listed in Schedule 1. The conditions for the grant of a permit or certificate vary according to the level of protection granted to a species. CITES Appendices 1, 2, and 3 have been incorporated into Schedule 1 as columns 1, 2, and 3. Clauses 19 to 21 will provide for the trade with non-convention states. Specifically, trade with a person in a non-convention state is prohibited unless, among other things, details of the competent authority and the scientific institutions of the non-convention state are listed with the CITES Secretariat. In addition, the management authority, after consultation with the Secretariat, must be satisfied that the competent authority of the non-convention state is capable of issuing a permit or certificate that substantially conforms to the requirements of CITES, and the scientific institutions of the non-convention state are capable of advising that an export is not detrimental to the survival of the species. Further, trade of a species within a party that has entered a reservation for that species will be treated as if it were trade with a non-convention state. Part 5 comprises clauses 22 through 24, would for special procedures and exemptions relating to trade. Clause 22 would provide for a specimen which is in transit or transshipment through the Virgin Islands to be exempted from the requirements of this bill, while a specimen remains in the control of customs. Clause 23 would provide for a pre-convention certificate to be granted where a specimen was legally acquired before the provisions of this bill applied to that specimen. Clause 24 would provide for further exemptions in certain circumstances, including whether a specimen is considered personal or household effects and was acquired before CITES applied to that specimen, or whether a certificate or captive breeding or certificate of artificial propagation has been issued in relation to a specimen on the case of non-commercial loan, donation and exchange between registered scientists or scientific institutions in a territory and in a foreign country. This clause will also provide for the management authority to waive the requirement of a permit or certificate and allow the movement of specimens which form part of a traveling zoo, circus, menagerie, plant exhibition, or other traveling exhibition. Part 6, which comprises clauses 25, would for the registration of traders. Specifically, it will require for all persons seeking to trade in specimens of any species, any captive bred animals or artificially propagated plants of any species, specifically in Schedule 1, to apply to be registered with the management authority. The management authority will be required to keep and maintain a register of traders and will be empowered to inspect the premises and records of person registered in accordance with this part. Part 7, which comprises clauses 26 and 27, would, for financial matters, include an establishment with a special fund to be used only for the convention of wildlife and the establishment and management of rescue centers. Part 8, which comprises clauses 20 to 31, provides for enforcement. Specifically, it will provide that the Conservation and Fisheries Department is the lead enforcement agency. In addition, the minister will be empowered to designate persons to serve as authorized officers for purposes of enforcement, and those persons will have the powers specified in Clause 30. By Clause 31, certain obligations are placed on the holders of permits and certificates, including producing the permit or certificate at the request of any authorized officer, permitting an authorized officer to inspect and examine any specimen in that person's possession as part of that person's personal effects or baggage, and surrendering any specimen to an authorized officer where no permit or certificate has been granted in respect of a specimen. Part 9, which comprises clauses 32 through 41, would provide for offenses and penalties under this bill the power to compound offenses, as well as the forfeiture and confiscation of specimens. In addition to the forfeiture of a specimen, any container or vehicle in respect of, or by means of, which the offense was committed, shall be forfeited. Part 10, which comprises clauses 42 through 48, will provide for miscellaneous matters. Clause 43 will provide authorities and authorized officers with immunity for anything done or omitted in good faith in the discharge of any function or exercise of any power. Clause 44 would give the minister the power to amend the schedules on the advice of the management authority or the scientific authorities. Clause 45 would require the management authority to publish any modifications to the CITES appendices as soon as possible after their adoption by the Conference of Parties. Clause 46 would provide for these fees payable in respect of permits, certificates, registration, and the other matters to be specified in Schedule 3. Clause 47 would provide for the minister to make regulations. By Clause 48, the Endangered Plants and Animals Act, Cap 89, would be repealed, and any licenses granted or anything done under the authority of the repealed enactment would continue in force until revoked or expired. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion and I reserve my comments at this time.
The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the member of the second.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't plan to speak on this bill long because the minister for the subject gave a very detailed overview of the intent of the bill. But Mr. Speaker, I want to, while on my feet dealing with this endangered species piece of legislation, also make mention of some of the things that I know were surrounding the ministry. So, Mr. Speaker, I completely agree that we need to ensure that the items, the animals, Mr. Speaker, and the species that the minister highlighted, the rock iguana in Anegada, the queen conch, even our own turtle dove, Mr. Speaker, that those species, the I'm not cussing the frigate board, which is in my constituency and has the largest habitat in Tobago and Little Tobago. And the different species of fish that we have that are important to the overall, not only the development, but the preservation of what we have been blessed with, Mr. Speaker. I'm hoping that when we get into committee stage that we are able to amend and add certain, at least the two of these items. I know the frigate bird, for one, is covered. I'm not sure if the turtle dove is. I know that is the national bird, land of the turtle doves. I've learned it from primary school. So I want to ensure that I go on the record to note that I will support this bill and what it intends to do. But Mr. Speaker, while in the same vein, I know there were some, the minister, the current minister may not be guilty for it, but I know there was a program being run, and having visited the UK, I think it was in 2017 with the then Premier, we were engaged in some discussions where they were talking about a Blue Belt program and these belts that they wanted to put around us, Mr. Speaker, and I want to be mindful and I want us to be careful that we not forget our history and we not forget that what we have now and what is being admired now, Mr. Speaker, by others is not and was not always the case. Mr. Speaker, I just mentioned the frigate board, or the Manawa as we call it. Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that this territory was left to be a bird sanctuary. So I am not, again, Mr. Speaker, I will not use unparliamentary language, but the frigate board, it was almost, we were leaving it for the frigate board. So you were saying, leave it for the frigate board, Mr. Speaker. And it just be boards here on this territory and this entire BVI, Mr. Speaker. But look at what has been developed. Look at what the Lord has done through the ingenuity of the Virgin Islander, as well as those, Mr. Speaker, who have come to live among us. The very species that we speak about, Mr. Speaker, if this was left as it was originally intended, then, Mr. Speaker, it would just be an uninhabited territory. But now that you see value, Mr. Speaker, and I'm coming to the value part, there is value in this territory called the Virgin Islands. And it's been noted around the world. It's been acknowledged. We are making, the minister for the subject and I will always have these conversations. I know the member for the first and the member for the eighth and others will try to get their little piece, but there's no place like the second and the ninth. I'm just saying in terms of what we have. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at what we have, we make the top 10 list throughout the world for our beaches, for our natural resources. We have to also in that same vein, while promoting it, ensure that we are protecting and not allowing the admiration, because sometimes you can admire something to the death of the people that are here and help to develop it. So while we, Mr. Speaker, we are being admired, we also have a duty to ensure that the things that may come and the suggestions and the organizations that may come before us to want to prevent and preserve and different means and shapes and forms and put these belts on us, Mr. Speaker, that it is not in a way that takes some of these natural resources from us. Mr. Speaker, I know for a fact that a number of areas for the protection of the environment and specifically under the fisheries and conservation department were zoned as non-fishing zone, and certain areas that you can't fish in, you can't even anchor in, Mr. Speaker. And while it is important to protect some of the species, there are some other legislations, Mr. Speaker, that were passed that we need to revisit, Minister. And I'm hoping when we're looking at this, and Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I am supportive of this bill and the contents therein in terms of what I see on paper, but I will have some questions as well when we get into the committee stage. But I want to be mindful, Mr. Speaker, that we not continue to let Tom, Dick, Harry, and Johnny dictate to us what we should make illegal and not illegal and protect and not protect, when we are the ones, Mr. Speaker, who are not having the conversations with our fisher folk and farmers and the different portions that this is their livelihood. Mr. Speaker, I saw a picture on this morning that it upset me, Mr. Speaker, down in Bruce Bay. Around this time of year, just like other places in the territory, the turtles they come to bay to lay their eggs, and I saw a picture down in Bruce Bay of a slain turtle. Actually, 2 slain turtles. And, Mr. Speaker, I am not going to point any fingers at anyone to say who did it or who didn't. I'm just going to say, Mr. Speaker, it is malicious in terms of what we are doing, what we are doing, because if you continue to kill out for fun or kill out the things that, again, help to promote this territory, the things that we as locals admire, as well as those who would come to visit us, Mr. Speaker, then what are you going to have for the future? Mr. Speaker, the species are one thing, but I would guarantee over this last 3.5 month, almost 4-month period, Mr. Speaker, for those members and or persons in the public who have been unable to leave by plane or boat to go anywhere, Mr. Speaker, there is a stronger appreciation for our Virgin Islands. The people are going to Anegada, they're going to Bojangada, they're going to Jos Van Dyke, they're going to Prickapay. And Mr. Speaker, we are appreciating. I'm seeing a number of persons taking advantage and going to hikes and visiting the different sites and different trees and species of trees, and just letting an appreciation for nature, Mr. Speaker. So I want to ensure, very briefly, Mr. Speaker, that while we our amended legislation, and while we continue to have the experts give us their communications on what we should be doing, Mr. Speaker, that we don't lose sight. That is one thing that I remember as a young boy when persons would visit our territory, Mr. Speaker, the conversation used to be, oh, I'd like to come back here sometime. And then it moved to when I got a little bit older, I've been here so often, I need to own a piece of what's here. And Mr. Speaker, it moved to, well, now that I have a piece of what's here, you can't come here. And Mr. Speaker, it is something that we have to regulate. It is something that we have to ensure that we not lose sight of, because not everybody that admires you has your best interest at heart. And Mr. Speaker, with those few short words, the turtle dove and the frigate bird and the other species of fish I know that are in certain areas, Mr. Speaker, continuing to be endangered, and still some of them that are protected, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that we are doing our best to continue to keep the oceans that surround these nautical miles of this territory of the Virgin Islands remain pristine, remain flourishing, so that the BVI will continue to not just top the charts, but always be a leader on the charts as it relates to our natural resources, as it relates to species of animals, historical sites, and other entities that we have and we treasure here in these Virgin Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I will thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member of the Second. I now recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Minister of Health, Honorable Kevin Malone. Minister of Health, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Premier. Oh, I said Speaker, time on myself.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for affording me the few minutes to, very short. I'm always intrigued with international conventions because we are part of a global community, and I think that the minister is best suited for this position, because when he talks of some of these conventions, if they were put on an IQ test, I wouldn't be there at all. I'll have to be committed. In fact, I looked through the 47 pages in the schedule of the list of endangered, this is a list of endangered species, yes? Right. And then I turned quickly to Clause 33 of this. So if we all turn our books to Clause 33, a person who, without reasonable excuse, has in his or her possession or under his or her control, or offers or exposes for sale or display to the public any specimen of a species listed in column 1 of Schedule 1, contrary to this act, commits an offense and is liable to summary conviction of a fine not exceeding $10,000 per specimen, or to imprisonment of a term not exceeding 1 year, or to both. In the words of the member, this act have teeth. And in so doing, I just wanted to make sure, because I was looking for my translator, because the language there can't be English. I can't pronounce any of the species listed there. So I'm trying to find out whether or not Troshi, is it? don't want to be fined $10,000 for atrocity. So the member conveying this will have to convince me before he gets my year that atrocity is not listed, because the language is not in English. My mother was afraid of black worms. I don't see too many of them these days. We want to make sure that, only to say that at the end of the day, because I've seen international and regional conventions come in, and we had a tug and barge service, for instance, and we had persons experienced in everything in there, from throwing rope to pulling rope to engine and engineers and so forth. And when it was done with the international conventions, they had to have all kinds of degrees. And those persons who had all of the experience in the world could not get on a boat, could not sail. So all of a sudden we had to go to all over the world to bring folks to go from here to St. John, here to St. Croix, here to Puerto Rico, and all of that. So we have to, what is it, stay woke, is it? Stay woke in terms of exactly what it is we're doing. But it brings it into conformity. It's 23 years, is it? Since the 23 or 40, or 33 years, yeah, since this act that is being repealed, and this is replacing it. So when you go to swim, and whether it's with the sharks or whether it is with the stingray, because there's one in Beef Island Beach and different ones, and I swim with it. It has its challenges. I'm not sure what all is included here and not included. That's all I'm saying. So we just have to, I have to trust the minister and his team that none of the plants and birds that we we used to cut the pond bush, and it probably was a wrong thing. We used to cut the pond bush to clean the oven, the moron to sweep the yard, and a whole lot of different stuff. So I don't know what all other benefits the pond bush I know, because we're trying to replant those that we cut down now. But all of the others that we used to have in terms of different usages for them, up in Fat Hogs Bay, of course, no one could plait or make hats, shoes, covers for glass like my aunts and uncles. So Fat Hogs Bay have that tradition. I know further up, they will say, well, what about us? But up in the East, we have the tradition as hat makers and straws and all of the other stuff. So when it comes to bush medicine, I think we take the lead up there. So, Mr. Speaker, I am in full support of this bill, save for one or two species, which, no matter how I look, I can't identify them because their names are skewed, is it, in this bill. So I support this bill and give it my full blessing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The floor is still open for debate. Seeing none, I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Honorable Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guarantee you that the other members won't speak today because I'm not going to be controversial. So I think they'll keep their seat. Mr. Speaker, I want to rise first and foremost to say that I rise in support of this legislation. I believe it is important for us as small island states to ensure that we put things in place to ensure that we protect the species that are native to us and species that are important to what we call our biodiversity. We constantly hear persons brag about their biodiversity. And when you hear them brag about their biodiversity, it's typically the overseas territories that they speak about, where 90% of their biodiversity lies. We have a rich environment, rich in culture, rich in our marine life, rich in our terrestrial life. And I think it's something that we need to ensure that we do the necessary steps to preserve it, not to over-conserve or be overly conservative, but to ensure that we strike the right balance for conservation and making sure that persons who make a living off of some of these species could continue to do so. And we see a lot of the benefits that have already been derived from some of the conservation measures, specifically when we talk about seasonality for many of the species. We know specifically the lobster. We started to put seasons on lobsters, and we've now seen how lobsters are flourishing throughout the territory in the Virgin Islands. We now have a lobster fest every November. And we see the untold numbers of lobsters that come from the sea during that period and during the season. So it says that the species is catching themselves. They're reviving themselves based on the conservative and conservation measures that were put in place that have worked. Same goes for the hind, the red hind. I had the pleasure of going out hind fishing the other day. Some of the scars, most of the scars are healed now, remember, for the second. Over 100 pounds of fish in less than a few hours says that that species is rebounding. Prior to the measures that were put in place, we saw the numbers dwindle. So we've seen that these conservation measures are working. So we need to strengthen where we need to strengthen these measures. More specifically with wilks, that is one of the things I heard the minister talk about conchs. Well, wilks, you can't find wilks now at all. I remember we could have gone around the rock up Jeremiah's Bay and around the rocks there by Red Rock and picked several pans of wilk. You can't find a wilk nowhere on Red Rock now. So it says that there's an issue, there's a challenge with that species. We have to figure out what is happening, Minister. We have to prevent persons who are diving with tanks to go after the conchs and go to conchs in the deep sea. Conchs used to be on the grass, the seabed. They're no longer there, they're out in the deep. And persons are still going out in the deep and overfishing in a lot of those areas for conchs and wilks in particular. So we have to find a way, the right balance to preserve. The fines have to be a deterrent. And we have to step up our efforts as relates to policing. Technology is one of the ways that we can do this. These same boys that we have out in the ocean, out on the different channels, could equip them with cameras, equip them with all the type of devices that could keep an eye on what's happening in the marine life, the fads that we put out in the deep sea to preserve and bring fish to these areas. Because at the end of the day, we not just need to preserve our biodiversity, we have to look at how can we preserve it for economic benefit in the future. We continue to talk about fishing and farming, but we will not have any fishing and farming if we don't do the proper preservation methods to ensure that those industries and those species survive and are preserved for us in longevity. So we need to move in that direction and move in that direction rather quickly, and I support this piece of legislation. I promise not to be long. And the turtle dove, I laughed when I heard the member for the second speaker about turtle doves. The deputy speaker and current speaker could attest to this. I remember growing up when we used to go yonder. That's Thomas Land out by Luther. And he used to set our kiliwang. And my uncle taught me how to make a kiliwang, and we used to catch our turtle doves, and that used to be a delicacy. And for a time, a short period, we didn't see a lot of the turtle doves. I see them making a comeback. I think it has to do something with the lockdown. Lockdown did some good. I see them flourishing up in the Spring Gut area where I'm at. They're in the road constantly. Tons of them in the road now. They're flourishing. They're breeding. And we even seen a lot of the chicken hawks or the kili all around. I even saw one on the highway the other day. Some met us on timely death on the highway. There's so many now that they end up on the highway. So you're trying to, you're lost in the traffic. But I mean, it says that we have to figure out how to maintain these things that are special to us and ensure that generation upon generations have the opportunity to enjoy these species that we had the pleasure of enjoying as young people growing up. The trushy is important too. The trushy has its role to play, so don't knock the trushy. All of them didn't fly away. They have their role to play. So we have to make sure that we preserve the trushy and all the other species. They all have a place in the entire ecosystem. And we have to find a way to strike that balance in the ecosystem. The mongoose, and yes, and Young Yarn is to be full of mongoose. Bifan was a home of mongoose. That's where you had the loose mongoose. And all those type of things, those are indigenous and traditional to us as a people. And we need to find a way to parlay, I mean gambling, parlay our biodiversity into our economic strength. I find now that a lot of persons are catching on to the whole thing of hiking. You see a lot of persons online on social media doing a lot of hiking and things like that. That's a good business opportunity for many persons. You know, parlay that hiking with our natural species. So you have an opportunity now to teach persons not just about the history of the area, the trails, but you also teach them about the species that you come encounter with as you go on your merry way. I know down in Josiah's Bay, several species of birds come there every year to lay their eggs, to breed, to mate, and go back out. There's a beautiful pond in Josiah's Bay. Someone could start a trail through Josiah's Bay. Economic opportunities, again, a business opportunity. So we need to start to think outside the box and look at where we could get these opportunities. I know that in King Garden Bay. So ecotourism has to be one of our focus. We have the environment to support ecotourism. You have down in King Garden Bay, we have started the process of, I saw one of the business owners are doing a night canoe tour. That in itself is something that could be catchy as well. So there's so many different things that we could do to capitalize on our biodiversity or ecology and parlay it into economic development and empowerment for our people. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something that I support. I think the devil's in the details. It's important for us now to be meticulous in our process as we go through the details of this piece of legislation to ensure that we're not too heavy-handed in some instances, but there are instances where we need to be very aggressive in terms that we protect some of our most endangered species. And we need to figure out that right balance for us going forward as a territory. And we need to preserve what we have and what is ours as Virgin Islanders, and not be ashamed to market and package our product and not allow persons to come to the territory and make millions off of what is ours. And we need to find a way to make get our people to understand the importance of these things and how they can parlay this to be able to feed their families in this new COVID-19 era. We need to look at new opportunities, new business opportunities. And our economy, our ecology, or natural environment is one of those ways where we could then capitalize on those things. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this and I look forward to the discussion in the committee stage. I thank you.
Thank you, Member of the 8th Opposition Leader. We're still open for debate. I recognize Minister of Communication, not Communication, Minister of Works and Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to rise in support of this CITES Act, the CITES bill. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not rising because the leader of the opposition states that we only rise based on controversy. But I just want to rise in support of this bill brought to us by the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration. And Mr. Speaker, my presentation would basically be brief because everyone spoke about animals and the conchs and the sea life and so forth, but we haven't really touched on the plants as well. You know, I grew up with my grandparents, and continually be proud to state that he is the oldest member in our territory, oldest citizen in the territory today. And, you know, I enjoy going by him and having conversations about the past because, you know, he's still competent, he still enjoys that sort of company. And Mr. Speaker, I know growing up, I'm not sure what some of the names are in the bill as well, like the Deputy Premier stated, but I could briefly speak about some of the plans that I remember growing up that, you know, we should remember them today. I know we grew up with the medicinal bush and so forth. I know when I started to feel sick, my grandmother would send me out in the yard to pick up, break off, whether it's a mint bush or lemongrass or black wattle bush or, you know, whatever it was out in the yard. And, you know, I heard the member spoke about Moran bush and so forth, and those were the things that we grew up using to sweep the yard. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where they are today, but, you know, those are things that we should always remember. I know we have the night tours now where you go out, as was mentioned earlier. But I also know and I'm aware of historical tours now where they are going to some of the sites within the territory, and I have one in a few in my district. I know they venture out to Loma Bay. That is a site that is being frequent as we speak. And Mr. Speaker, those areas, they speak about where we came from. And I know this CITES Act, it protects wildlife and plants, endangered species, and this is during trade and so forth. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a necessary bill, and I'm sure as we go through the committee stage and we understand some of the terms and the reference regarding what some of the meanings and how those plants and animals affect us as a territory, it would be good to get educated on some of the names as we confine to the convention. So, Mr. Speaker, my support of this bill would be rather brief, as I, you know, want to make sure and let the leader of the opposition know that it's not us sitting and listening to what he says while we get up, but, you know, we rise in support of this CITES Act. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I say thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Works and Utilities and member of the 5th District, Honorable Kai Reimer. The floor is still open for debate. Recognizing none, I call on the mover to close.
Speaker, I thank all the members for their excellent comments. I heard words I hadn't heard in a very long time. Words I'm quite familiar with, so words like Moran bush, black wattle, and stinger nettle, and all those things that we all grew up with. Words like Killivan. I think it was the member for the 8th made a very, the start of the member for the 2nd, made a very important note about turtle dove. Because really, actually, you hardly see them anymore. The history would tell us that when they banned the hunting of birds in Puerto Rico, their next stop was the BVI. So the BVI birds were under a lot of pressure by the Puerto Ricans for many, many years. They would come to these islands there to hunt our birds. This bill here, it helps us protect what we have, that we know, like the member mentioned, the small wilks and so forth. We have to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that future generations, 100 years from now, 200 years from now, would know what a wilk is without going to the internet or to a museum. This bill lets us, the territory, decide what those species are. It's not to be decided by an external body, because only we who here would know what here is really endangered. I know like with the sharks, or some external forces who had, I guess, had their own agenda, came in and decided they want to ban the catching of sharks, and they lobby and they lobby and they lobby. This is a convention, it's not really a lobby movement. And eventually they got the sharks banned. As a matter of fact, if you ask me, some people would ban everything that is not dead. Don't catch this fish, don't catch that fish, don't catch no turtle, don't shoot no board, this and that. You name it. They would ban anything that walks the face of earth if you're not careful. So I agree with the member for a second that we have to guard our cultural practices, our cultural norms, and create a balance for sustainability. But not because just for example, we may like birds. Growing up, I had a lot of mountain dove, fried mountain dove. Oh my God, it used to be so beautiful to fry a little mountain dove. But if you're going to fry them to extinction, then we are being foolish. So what we're trying to do is to protect them. Now, the paper mentioned two specific things. One was the Anegada iguana. Everybody likes the Anegada iguana. They go to Anegada and they visit the Head Start facility. What we're trying to safeguard is, and that is endangered, what we're trying to safeguard is persons don't start selling them. Go to Anegada, because they're endangered, they carry a high price. You can imagine selling an Anegada iguana somewhere in London or someplace, it could fetch you a pretty good dollar. So you have to make sure that persons don't get the ideas that they can do it. This bill helps us monitor these things around the world. Each country creates its list and it's shared among other countries. So for example, somebody comes here and catches an iguana and it's sold someplace else, they would be able to inform us that, look, your iguana is seen here. It's being sold. So we have to just be very careful that we protect what we have for future generations. So I thank all the members for the input and look forward to a committee stage for a more in-depth discussion. The Schedule 1, you see all those biological names there. They're also listed by countries. You see along each category, there's also a country that tells you where that animal is endangered. So you know if you see this animal, here's where it came from. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the world is right now grappling with COVID-19. And COVID-19 came out of a situation like this where persons were trading in animals they should not have been traded in. So it's in probably a black market, a black wet market, that you find exotic animals being sold there. They really and truly should not be sold. So this it also has a health component to make sure we don't let persons come into the BVI and use it as a transshipment point for these animals that should not even be out of their native lands where they're endangered. So I thank the members for their observations, for their comments, and for the support of this very, very important environmental bill here. And it does protect plants as well as animals. In the BVI, we do have some endemic plants only found in the BVI. So, Mr. Minister of Education, this bill here must also come with an education component so persons know what these things are that are endangered. Because we may ignorantly, sometimes persons go and they buy a piece of land to build a house. And I think it's actually put into the Town Planning Act now, where you must bring in these persons to look at the plants on the area you bought before you go digging a foundation for your house. Because sometimes you may inadvertently destroy an endangered plant unknowingly on your property. So you have to make sure that these plants are very well known. There's a book that's out now. It's called Tropically Imported Plant Species, written by Cube in the UK. You probably get it at the Governor's Museum, Government House Museum, and even online. It is worth a read. It's an encyclopedia of native plants and the ones particularly that are endangered. Anyone going through the bush, remember I mentioned about the hiking and the canoeing, anyone going through the bush on a hike now should walk with that book. There are pictures, tells you, I think what some of the local names are. But what I would like to see, Mr. Speaker, is someone to take the time, I think someone has started it, and go through these the different bushes here, and catalog them, and what they were used for historically in the BVI. My grandmother was what you would call a bush doctor, and any ailment you had, she would tell you go out at that point pick 4 leaf of that one there, then go down in the bottom down there, pick 3 leaf down there, then go cross by the well, pick 5 over there, take these 2 on the 3rd day, this one on the 4th day, and they had these formulas like they were doctors. That knowledge is pretty much lost on us right now. I think Dr. Ilva Letson was the last one I remember in East End who was an expert bush doctor and historical cures for medicines. Because, Mr. Speaker, a lot of these things we have around here have medicinal values. But the people who know about it, they come, they use, extract what they need to extract, package it, and then sell it back to us some kind of fancy name. We are buying the same old bush in our yard there, same bush in our yard that we could go and pick up for free. They was buying at exorbitant rates because we don't know. So we have to get that knowledge properly cataloged for posterity. So our great-grandchildren and on would know about these various fish, whether it be fish and birds. And if you're a nature watcher like me, you would notice that the turtle dove, particularly the brown one, is almost non-existent. There's been some kind of genetic change. The colors are more gray and white now than brown. I grew up knowing those birds to be a beautiful chocolate brown. I saw 1 or 2 the other day. First time in a long, long time, I saw a brown mountain dove. They really watered down into a grayish brown. I don't know what happened in that population. Can you help me here? Something where it's crossbreeding or something's happened in that population. It's not the dove I grew up knowing at all. So that original species may be lost to extinction, and this new one is now taking over. You see the issue with the invasive iguanas, that bread green one? That's not a beaver iguana at all. It breeds very fast, very resilient, and can quickly take over. So all this bill does is make sure we identify these species and make sure that they'll be around for a long time to come. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Natural Resources and Labor and Immigration. It has been moved and second that the bill shall be entitled Trade in Endangered Species, cited Act 2019, be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call on the clerk.
This act may be cited as the Trade Endangered Species CITES Act 2019 and shall come into force on such date as the minister may, by notice published in the Gazette, appoint.
Pursuant to Standard Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands in committed to a committee of the whole House to consider clause by clause.